The Window, Senni National Wildlife Refuge, Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I need to tell you about the worst night of my life. It wasn't in a forest. It wasn't on a trail. It wasn't in the backcountry or the mountains or any of the wild places where you'd expect something like this to happen. It was in a parking area off a road in the Senni National Wildlife Refuge in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. And I was in my car, doors locked, engine off, my baby asleep in the car seat behind me. I'd been driving, a long drive. I don't want to say where from or where to because I don't want people to find me. I was tired. The kind of tired where your eyes close at stoplights and you know you need to pull over before you kill yourself or your child. The refuge was dark, quiet, empty. I pulled into a small gravel area off the road, killed the engine, tilted my seat back, and closed my eyes. The baby was asleep. The doors were locked. It was safe. I told myself it was safe. I don't know how long I slept. An hour, maybe 2. Long enough for the windows to fog up from our breathing. Long enough for the car to go cold inside. I woke up because something felt wrong. Not a sound, not a movement, a feeling. The way you wake up in your own house sometimes and know, before you open your eyes, that someone is in the room. A presence, a weight in the air that wasn't there when you fell asleep. I opened my eyes. There was a face at the window. Not my window, the rear window. The window next to my baby's car seat. Something was standing outside the car, leaning down, and looking through the glass at my child. I couldn't see it clearly. The windows were fogged. But I could see the shape, the mass of it, the width of the head, the darkness of it against the slightly lighter darkness of the night outside. It was close enough to the glass that the fog around its face had been cleared by its breath. A circle of clear glass in the fog, and behind it, a face. Not a human face. I knew that instantly. The way you know the difference between a dog and a coyote. The way you know the difference between someone you love and a stranger in your house. The proportions were wrong. The face was too wide. The brow was too heavy. The features were flat. Flat nose, flat profile. And the eyes were catching the faintest ambient light and reflecting it back. 2 points of dim luminescence in the fog-cleared circle. It was looking at my baby, not at me. It hadn't noticed me in the front seat, or if it had, it didn't care about me. It was looking at the car seat, at the small shape bundled in blankets, at my 7-month-old daughter sleeping with her fist curled against her cheek. It was studying her. Its head moved slightly, a small tilt, the way you tilt your head when you're trying to understand something you've never seen before. I did not scream. I want you to know that. I did not scream. I did not cry. I did not make a sound. Because every cell in my body, every molecule of whatever ancient thing lives in a mother's brain that is older than language and older than thought, told me the same thing. Do not let it know you're awake. Do not draw its attention from the baby to yourself. Do not escalate. Do not provoke. Be still. Be silent. And when you move toward the ignition. I reached for the key. Slowly. My hand was shaking so badly I couldn't feel my fingers. I found the key. I turned it. The engine caught. The headlights came on. I'd left them on auto. The light swept across the gravel, the trees, the road. In the rearview mirror, I saw the shape at the back window pull away from the glass. Not fast, not startled by the engine or the lights. It straightened up, and up, and up. And what had been a face at a car window became a figure that was taller than the car, standing upright, shoulders wider than the rear windshield, dark, covered in hair. It looked at the car for another moment, then it turned and walked into the tree line. The same unhurried walk I've heard described in every story I've read since that night. The walk of something that is not in a hurry, because nothing in the forest is faster than it is. I put the car in drive. I drove. I drove until I found a gas station with lights and people, and I parked under the brightest light I could find, and I sat there until the sun came up, with my baby in my arms and my doors locked and my hands shaking. For hours. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. Who do you tell? My mother? My husband? My friends? What words do I use? Something was looking at the baby through the car window. Even now, saying it out loud, it sounds like a dream. A nightmare. The kind of thing a tired young mother imagines when she's been driving too long, and her brain manufactures something from the fog and the dark and the exhaustion. I know that's what people would say. I know that's what the reasonable explanation is. But the fog on the window was cleared in a circle where it breathed. Its breath cleared the glass. That's not imagination. That's condensation physics. Something warm and alive was close enough to the glass to defog it with its exhalation. And when I looked through that clear circle, there was a face on the other side. And my baby was fine. She slept through the whole thing. She didn't wake up when I started the engine. She didn't wake up when I drove to the gas station. She didn't wake up when I held her in the front seat under the fluorescent lights and cried into her blanket for 45 minutes. She doesn't know. She'll probably never know. I don't know if I'll ever tell her. What would I say? When you were 7 months old, something came to the car window and looked at you while you slept. And I couldn't tell if it wanted to hurt you or if it was just curious. Because that's the thing that haunts me. Not the fear, although the fear was absolute, the most total fear I have ever experienced in my life. What haunts me is the tilt of its head. That small, gentle inclination, the way you tilt your head when you see something that amazes you. It was looking at my baby the way I look at my baby, with wonder. Something that shouldn't exist stood at my car window in the middle of the night and looked at my daughter with wonder. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know where to put it in my understanding of the world. I just know that it happened, and that the fog was cleared in a circle where it breathed, and that my baby slept through all of it, and that I drove until I found light.
I found a man on a road in northern New Hampshire in the fall of 1957. I've never told anyone exactly what he told me before he died, because what he told me doesn't belong in the world where I raised my children and lived my life. But my children are grown now, and I'm old, and the man I found deserves to have his story exist somewhere outside of my head. His name was Arnold. I don't know his last name. He never told me, and I didn't ask. By the time I pulled over, he was barely standing, one leg dragging behind him, clothes torn and stiff with blood, face the color of candle wax. He looked like something that had crawled out of a grave and couldn't remember the way back. I got him into my truck. I gave him water. He drank the whole bottle without stopping. Then he leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes and started talking. And he didn't stop until we reached the hospital 40 minutes later. This is what he told me. He'd gone on a hunting trip with two friends, men he'd known since they were boys, Andy and Daryl. They'd driven deep into the 13-mile woods on the dirt roads, and and the truck had run out of gas. His fault. He'd forgotten to fill up. They made camp near a river, figuring they'd hike back to the truck in the morning and sort it out. During the night, a bear got into their supplies. By the time Arnold woke up, the food was gone. Most of the ammunition had been scattered or knocked into the river. They had their rifles, a handful of usable shells between them, and nothing else. They couldn't find the truck. The roads in those woods all looked the same, and they'd walked further from it than they'd realized. Daryl wanted to backtrack. Andy wanted to follow the river. Arnold sided with Andy. Water meant direction. Direction meant civilization eventually. They started walking. The first day was bad. Cold, hungry, disoriented. The second day was worse. Andy was the weakest of the three, and by nightfall he was falling behind. Arnold told him to keep up. Daryl told him to stop whining. The way men talk when they're scared and don't want to show it. Around midnight on the second night, they were walking the riverbank in the dark. Andy sat down to rest. Arnold and Daryl went ahead, figuring he'd catch up. A few minutes later, they heard him scream. Arnold's voice changed when he told me this part. It went flat, emptied out, like he was reading words off a page instead of remembering them. He said they heard Andy scream Daryl's name, and then the screaming changed into a sound that wasn't screaming anymore. Wet, heavy, the sound of something being opened. Then chewing. Arnold said he could hear chewing from 50 yards away. Whatever was eating Andy was loud about it, unashamed, like it wanted them to hear. They ran back. They struck a match. What they found, Arnold described it to me in the truck, and I'm not going to relay all of it. I'll say that Andy was on the ground and that large portions of him were missing, and that what remained was arranged in a way that suggested the killing had been done with enthusiasm rather than hunger. The face was half gone. The chest was open. The expression frozen on what was left of Andy's face was the expression of a man who saw the thing that was going to kill him and couldn't close his eyes fast enough. They saw it, briefly. A shape at the edge of the matchlight, tall, thin, moving on two legs but hunched, with something dripping from its mouth. It snarled at them and walked into the trees without hurry. Arnold said it moved the way something moves when it knows it can come back whenever it wants. Daryl broke. Arnold used that word specifically, broke. He said Daryl went somewhere inside himself and didn't come back. He curled up on the ground and rocked and mumbled and wouldn't respond to anything Arnold said. Arnold tried to get him up, tried to get him moving. Daryl wouldn't move. Then Daryl turned on him. Arnold said it was like a switch. 1 second Daryl was catatonic. The next second, his hands were around Arnold's throat. Arnold fought him off, kneed him in the stomach, got free, and then something took over. He said those words exactly. Something took over. He started hitting Daryl. Couldn't stop. Hit him until Daryl wasn't fighting back, until Daryl was on the ground, until Daryl's head was against a tree and the blood was running down the bark in a thick line. Then Arnold did something he couldn't explain. He told me this part with his eyes closed and his hands shaking in his lap. He bit into Daryl's arm. He said it lasted maybe 5 seconds. He said he felt something come over him, a hunger that wasn't his, a compulsion that arrived from outside and used his body before his mind could intervene. He bit down. He tasted blood. And then something inside him snapped back into place, and he was himself again, crouching over his dead friend with blood on his teeth. He sat with both bodies until morning. He didn't sleep. He didn't move. He said he kept looking at his hands and trying to understand what had happened. And the understanding wouldn't come because what had happened didn't have a place in his understanding of the world. At first light, he started walking. He followed the river. He He walked for hours, numb, automatic, running on something deeper than will. The woods were quiet around him, too quiet. The same dead silence the animals had left behind when they'd fled whatever was hunting in those trees. Then he heard it again. Twigs snapping, leaves crushing under weight. Close. Getting closer. He felt breath on the back of his neck. Warm, wet, carrying a smell that was rot and blood and something older than both. He turned around. It was right there, towering over him. Arnold was 6 feet tall, and this thing was looking down at him. He described it to me in pieces, like his mind could only hold one part at a time. Yellow eyes, glowing, set in a face that was half skull and half exposed muscle. Antlers, crooked and sharp. A body that looked like it was in the process of decomposing. Ribs showing through gaps in the skin. Patches of fur on the shoulders and back. One arm rotted to the bone. Blood and flesh hanging from its mouth. The mouth was open, and the teeth were long and dark. It hit him, drove him to the ground, and bit into his leg. A single, deep bite that took a chunk of muscle from his calf. Arnold screamed and kicked and thrashed until he got free. He threw a punch. The creature barely registered it. It lunged again, and Arnold sidestepped. Instinct, not skill. And the thing went past him and stumbled into the river. Arnold didn't think. He threw himself onto its back while it was in the water. He grabbed its head and pushed it under. It thrashed. It clawed at his arms. It snarled beneath the surface, bubbles erupting around the shape of its face. Arnold held on. He pushed with everything his body had left, which wasn't much, but it was enough. The thrashing slowed. The claws stopped reaching. The body went still. Arnold lay on the riverbank afterward for a long time. He was bleeding badly from the leg. His arms were shredded from the claws. He was shaking from cold and shock and something else. A deep cellular exhaustion. The kind that comes from fighting something your body knows it wasn't designed to fight. He got up. He walked. He walked through the rest of the night and into the morning. And he found the road. And he was standing on the road when I came around the bend. That's what he told me. All of it. In 40 minutes, in a moving truck, with blood soaking through the seat beneath him, and his voice getting weaker with every mile. I got him to the hospital. They took him in. The doctors looked at the leg and the arms and the lacerations, and they asked me what had happened. I said I found him on the road, and he said he'd been attacked by an animal. They nodded. Animal attack. They could work with that. Arnold died 3 days later. Infection from the leg wound. The doctor said there was something in the bite. Bacteria, maybe, or some contamination they couldn't identify, that moved through his blood faster than the antibiotics could fight it. His body didn't respond to treatment the way a body should. It was as if whatever had bitten him had left something inside the wound that didn't want him to heal. I went to the police after he died. I told them about the hunting trip, the 2 dead friends, the creature. They sent a search party into the 13-mile woods. They found Arnold's truck, out of gas, right where he said it would be. They found the campsite by the river. They found evidence of a bear getting into the supplies. They did not find Andy's body. They did not find Daryl's body. They did not find any creature, living or dead, in the river or anywhere else. The officer who led the search told me, very politely, that the man I'd picked up had probably been attacked by a bear, and that the story he'd told me was the result of blood loss and delirium. He said people in extremis say all kinds of things. He said I shouldn't take it too seriously. I nodded. I thanked him. I drove home.
I have taken it seriously every day since. Not because I'm superstitious, not because I want to believe in monsters. Because I sat next to that man for 40 minutes, and I heard his voice. and I watched his eyes. And I know what a man sounds like when he's telling the truth. Arnold was not delirious. Arnold was not confused. Arnold was a man who had seen something that the world refuses to acknowledge. And he spent his last conscious hours making sure at least one other person knew about it. I'm that person. I've carried it for almost 70 years. The 13-mile woods are still there. People still hunt in them. Every few years, someone comes back with a story. Strange sounds at night. Animals fleeing in packs. The feeling of being followed. Most of the time, they laugh it off. Sometimes, they don't come back at all. And the bodies are never found. Arnold killed the thing in the river. That's what he believed. And I want to believe it too. But the search party didn't find a body. Whatever he held under that water until it stopped moving, whatever he fought on that riverbank with a bitten leg and torn arms and nothing left in him but the refusal to die, it wasn't there when they looked. Either the river carried it away, or it got up after Arnold left and walked back into the woods. I know which one I think. I've known for 70 years. And on certain nights, when the wind comes down from the north, carrying the cold that only the deep woods produce, I sit in my chair and I think about Arnold. And I think about the thing he described. The yellow eyes, the antlers, the mouth full of blood. And I wonder if it's still out there, in the 13-mile woods, waiting for the next truck to run out of gas on the wrong road. I think it is. I think it always will be. Thanks for... I clocked in around midnight, the cold iron gates of the abandoned paper mill looming in the dim light. My thermos of coffee in hand was a ritual now, a necessity to keep the chill and drowsiness at bay. By 2 a.m., I was usually halfway through it, sipping to savor the warmth that crept into my limbs. The air in the Upper Peninsula had a particular bite, even inside the mill. It was the kind of chill that gnawed on your bones and refused to let go. The wind outside sometimes found its way through the broken windows, howling like some disembodied specter wandering the derelict halls. It was November, after all, and the weather scarcely let you forget it. I had just made my rounds, muttering under my breath about the trash people littered around, as if it wasn't my job to deal with their mess. My flashlight beam sliced through the thick air, stirring up dust that sparkled like stars before settling back on the ground. The mill's scent, damp wood, and the ghost of paper long since yellowed clung to my jacket, even when I wasn't there. Keeping an eye on the dumpster was another habit I'd adopted. Raccoons sometimes ventured for a late-night snack, leaving a trail of debris in their wake, which was another task for me to handle. This time, though, something else caught my attention. A rustling noise, louder and more distinct than the small critters I was used to chasing off. It could be a vagrant, I thought, seeking shelter from the relentless cold. Folks sometimes wandered in, though it wasn't a regular occurrence. But as I neared, the sound grew louder and more erratic, like someone or something much larger was rifling through the metal confines. Nerves on edge, I edged closer, flashlight swinging toward the noise. That's when I saw it. Eyes in the dark, catching my beam and holding it. I stopped dead. It turned toward me slowly, then stood up out of the dumpster to full height. I'm 6'2", and it cleared me by a foot at least. I couldn't breathe. My hand found the radio on my belt without me telling it to, but I didn't dare look away. In a rush, I tried to call for help, but my own fear swallowed my voice. My fingers, numbed by terror and cold, slipped, and the flashlight tumbled to the ground. It hit the concrete with a hollow clatter, its beam extinguished in the fall, leaving me in a darkness thicker than before. In that blackness, something brushed my shoulder. I lurched sideways, hit the wall, kept moving. Behind me, a low growl rolled through the building. Not from where the dumpster was, from somewhere deeper in. I didn't stop. I found the exit door by feel, and I didn't look back once. I didn't realize it was practicing. I took the night shift because nobody else wanted it. County animal control. Mostly raccoons in attics, dogs that bit mailmen, the occasional dead deer on the side of the highway. The call came in just after 10:30 p.m. Dog acting aggressive, not ours, won't leave the porch. Remote property, tree line on 3 sides, dirt driveway. The woman on the phone sounded calm in a way that felt rehearsed. "It looks like our lab," she said, "but it isn't." I figured she meant a stray that resembled theirs. I drove out. The house sat alone under a pale wash of moonlight. No streetlights, just woods pressing in on all sides. The porch light was on. The woman and her husband were standing inside the doorway, not outside. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Most people meet you halfway. They stayed behind the screen door. "It's still there," the husband said quietly. I followed his gaze. The dog was sitting at the edge of the porch steps. Black lab, healthy coat, good weight, perfect posture. Too perfect. It wasn't panting. Its mouth was closed. Its chest wasn't moving. It was just sitting, facing the house, not looking at me, looking at them. I stepped forward slowly, leash pole in hand. "Hey, buddy." It turned its head toward me. The movement was smooth, controlled. Its eyes were wrong. Not glowing, not dramatic. Just focused in a way that felt human. Assessing. I've handled aggressive dogs before. You can see the tension in their shoulders, the twitch before they lunge. This one didn't tense. It just stood up and walked toward me. No sound from its paws, no shift in its breathing. When it reached the base of the steps, it stopped. It looked up at me. Then it opened its mouth, not to bark, to speak. The sound that came out wasn't a growl. It was a wet, layered whisper, like multiple voices trying to push through a throat that didn't belong to them. "Don't." That's all it said. "Don't." The woman behind the screen door made a small noise. I didn't move. I told myself I didn't hear that. Stress, wind, audio pareidolia. I extended the pole slowly. The loop slipped over its head easily. Too easily. It didn't resist. Didn't snap. Didn't pull. It let me tighten the catch around its neck. And then it smiled. Dogs don't smile like that. Its lips pulled back too far. Too high. Exposing gums that stretched longer than they should have. Teeth that didn't match the jaw. As I tightened my grip, I felt something through the pole. Not muscle tension. Something shifting, under the skin, like hands pressing outward from inside. The dog's spine began to rise. Not arch, rise. Segment by segment. Its legs elongated with quiet, deliberate pops. The leash pole bent in my hands. The head stayed the same. Still lab-shaped. Still black fur.
Still those eyes. But the body beneath it was unfolding. Standing upright. The fur thinned as the skin stretched, and beneath it, there were impressions. Faces, not fully formed, just shallow pushes against the surface, like something wearing skin that didn't fit. The woman inside the house whispered, "That's not our dog." The thing tilted its head, and this time, when it spoke, it used her voice. "We know." Plural. Its jaw unhinged wider than bone should allow. Not to bite, to open. And inside its mouth, there were more teeth. Not layered like a shark. Arranged. Neatly. Human. I dropped the pole. It didn't fall. It caught it midair. With hands. Hands that pushed through the fur like someone forcing their fingers through wet fabric. Long. Jointed wrong. It examined the pole with curiosity, then looked back at me. "You came alone," it said. My voice. I stepped backward. It stepped forward. Mirroring. Its legs were too long now. Knees bending slightly inward. Head still that of a dog. Body wrong. Inside the house, the husband was crying quietly. The thing's skin began to sag. Not melting. Loosening. The lab shape collapsed downward as something taller pressed upward beneath it. It was shedding, peeling itself open carefully, like someone removing a costume. Underneath, there was another shape. Thin, gray, featureless except for a mouth that kept trying to form words. Testing. Practicing. "You don't look like him," it said, like it was disappointed. I don't remember reaching my truck. I remember the sound. Bones reconfiguring. Skin tearing softly. And behind me, my own voice calling out. Wait. When I looked back once, just once, it was wearing me. Not perfectly. The proportions were slightly off. Arms too long. Smile too wide. But close enough. Close enough that if someone else drove up, they'd think I was still standing there, talking to the homeowners. I quit the next day. Didn't give notice. They said someone else found the lab in the woods the next morning. Dead. Skin intact. Completely empty. No organs. No blood. Like something had tried it on and decided it wasn't right. I don't answer unknown numbers anymore. Because twice now, when I let it go to voicemail, I've heard myself speaking on the other end. Practicing. Getting the tone right. Waiting until it fits. That night, Lily's door was closed. Locked. At 3:07 a.m., something knocked from inside her room. 3 slow taps. My mother woke up. I heard her feet hit the hallway carpet. "Lily?" she called softly. No answer. Another 3 taps. She tried the handle. Locked. She knocked back. "Sweetheart?" The tapping stopped. Then came the sound of porcelain scraping across wood. Slow. Deliberate. My mother's voice changed. It wasn't gentle anymore. "Lily, open the door." Silence. Then the door handle began to turn. Slowly. From the inside. The door opened. Lily wasn't there. Her bed was empty. The window was closed. The closet door was open. The doll was sitting in the middle of the floor, facing the door, facing us. Its mouth was wider now, not physically, but somehow wider. My mother rushed in, calling Lily's name. I stayed in the hallway, because in the reflection of the dark TV screen at the end of the hall, I could see Lily, standing behind the doll. Only it wasn't Lily's posture. Her head was tilted the same way as the doll's. Too far. Too wrong. We found Lily in the attic, curled up in the corner, behind old boxes. She was whispering, not crying, whispering, over and over. She wants a better body. My mother grabbed her and pulled her downstairs. The doll was gone from the bedroom floor. We found it back on the dresser. My mother finally decided to throw it out. She wrapped it in a blanket, shoved it into a trash bag, and drove it to a dumpster behind the grocery store. When she came back, Lily was standing in the kitchen, smiling. It was the first time she'd smiled in weeks. "Is she mad?" Lily asked. Her voice sounded normal again. My mother cried and hugged her. "No," she said. "She's gone." Lily looked past her, over my mother's shoulder, at the hallway, and her smile faded. "She's not." We heard the knocking that night from inside the walls. Not pipes, not settling. Knuckles. 3 slow taps. Moving. Room to room. I slept with my door locked. At 3:07 a.m., my doorknob rattled. Softly. Back and forth. Then came a whisper from the other side. Then Lily. Not my mother. Something dry and brittle. "Mirrors," it breathed. "Open the mirrors." I didn't move. The whisper continued. "I can't stay in the glass forever." The doorknob stopped. Silence. Then, a single sharp crack from the mirror hanging on the back of my door. I turned slowly. A thin fracture ran down the center of the glass, and inside the reflection, the doll was standing behind me. Even though my room was empty, its gray eyes weren't cloudy anymore. They were wet, blinking, and its porcelain mouth opened just wide enough for me to see. Teeth. Small. Human. Pressed tightly behind ceramic lips. The crack in the mirror spread, spidering outward. And from behind the glass, I saw hands, pressing, from the other side, trying to push through, trying to step out. And I understood then. The doll had never been the body. It had only been the doorway. Lily wasn't the first, and I won't be the last. It's 3:07 a.m. again. I can hear the tapping inside the walls. 3 slow knocks, moving closer to my door. And this time, the mirror isn't cracked. It's gone. Because something, or someone, finally came through.
The town that was taken.
Portlock, Kenai Peninsula, Alaska. 1930s through 1950s. I was born in Portlock in 1934. By the time I was 16, there was no Portlock left to be born into. People ask me what happened. Writers come, television people come. They want the monster story. They want me to say the word, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and give them something they can put on a screen. But that's not what we called it. We called it Nantinak, and it is not a story. It is why I grew up somewhere else. Portlock sat at the bottom of the Kenai Peninsula, on the edge of a bay so beautiful it would stop your heart. Salmon so thick in the rivers you could almost walk across their backs. Clams on the shoreline the size of your fist. The cannery ran all summer. The fishing boats went out every morning, and the forest climbed up the mountains behind us like a green wall. It was a good place. It should have been a good place forever. But the forest was not ours. The elders knew. They always knew. When the Sugpiaq first settled that bay, generations before I was born, they learned quickly that something lived in those woods. Something old. Something that did not want us there. They called it Nantinak. Those who steal people. Not an animal. Not a spirit, exactly. Something in between. Something with hair on its body, and hunger in its heart, and the intelligence to wait and watch and choose its moment. The old stories said they were giants, taller than any man, broader, stronger. They moved through the fog like it belonged to them, because it did. When the fog rolled in off the bay and the tree line disappeared into gray, the elders would bring the children inside. No one went to the lagoon in the fog. No one went into the forest after dark. These were not suggestions. These were laws. The town had rules. A curfew at night. Armed men walking the perimeter of the cannery and the school. You carried a rifle if you went beyond the last building. You told someone where you were going, and you told them when you'd be back. And if you weren't back, they came looking. But they came looking in numbers, and they came looking armed. For a while, the rules were enough. Then Andrew Kamluck went into the forest to cut timber. That was 1931. They found him with his head crushed. A piece of his own logging equipment had been used on him. Something so heavy, it would have taken his dogs to haul it to where he was working. The dogs were dead too, torn apart, not eaten, just destroyed. After that, the rules weren't enough anymore. Hunters went up the ridgeline to hunt Dall sheep and did not come back. Cannery workers walked out to check trap lines and were never seen again. A school teacher who came through in the 1940s, she lasted one season. She said the workers at the cannery kept vanishing, one by one, like the forest was taking attendance and crossing off names. Bodies turned up in the lagoon, not drowned, placed there, dismembered. Wounds that no bear could make, no wolf could make. These were not animal kills. Whatever did this knew what it was doing. The footprints appeared after every disappearance, 18 inches long, pressed deep into snow and mud. They came out of the forest and went back into the forest. They came down to the lagoon and went back up the ridge. They circled the town the way a predator circles a pen. A man named Tom Larson saw it on the beach once, face to face. He said it was enormous, 8 feet, maybe more, standing upright, covered in dark hair, watching him with eyes that were too human for something that wasn't. He ran for his gun. When he came back, it was gone. Just the footprints leading into the tree line. People started leaving. Not all at once. A family here, a family there. a fisherman who packed his boat and said he was going up the coast to Seldovia and would be back in the spring. He didn't come back. Then another family left. Then another. The children. We heard the warnings every day. Stay away from the lagoon. Stay away from the forest. Don't go past the last house. Don't go out in the fog. We grew up inside a perimeter that shrank a little bit every year. The town was getting smaller, but the forest stayed the same size. The forest was always the same size. By the late 1940s, there were barely enough people left to keep the cannery running. The school closed. The boats went out less and less. You could feel it. The town dying the way a campfire dies, one ember at a time. We left our houses. We left the school. We left everything we owned and started new lives in Nanwalek and Port Graham, up the coast. My family was among the last to go. I remember the day we left. I remember looking back at the buildings from the boat, the cannery, the houses, the dock. Everything we had built, everything we had tried to hold on to, sitting there at the edge of the trees, getting smaller and smaller as we pulled away. And I remember thinking, even at that age, that the forest looked like it was leaning in, like it had been waiting for us to leave, and now it could finally have what it wanted. The post office closed in 1950 or 1951. After that, Portlock was officially gone. Nobody has lived there since. The buildings are collapsed now. The cannery is rust. The trails are overgrown. The forest took it all back. The way the forest always takes things back when you stop fighting it. People go there sometimes. Hunters, filmmakers, people looking for the Nantinaq. A television crew spent 40 days there a few years ago. They heard things. They felt things. They didn't stay. Nobody stays. My grandchildren ask me if it's real. If the Nantinaq is really out there, in those woods, after all these years. I tell them what the elders told me. The forest was there before Portlock, and it will be there after all of us are gone. And the Nantinaq is part of the forest. You don't ask if the fog is real. You don't ask if the tide is real. You just know that when it comes, you go inside. We left our homes. We left our dead. And we never went back. That should tell you everything you need to know. The Wendigo let me live. And I've spent every day since trying to understand why. That was 6 years ago. I've moved twice. I live in a city now. 8th floor, no trees within a block, streetlights on every corner. I chose this apartment specifically because the nearest forest is 40 miles away. I wanted concrete and glass and noise. I wanted to be as far from the woods as geography would allow while still holding a job. It didn't matter. But I'll get to that. There were 4 of us that night. Me, my boyfriend Tate, his younger brother Owen, who was 13, and Tate's roommate Brennan. We were camping in a stretch of forest outside of town. Old growth, hilly, the kind of woods that feel different after dark. Tate had been talking about this spot for weeks. There was a tree he wanted to show us, a massive oak that had been split by lightning, the trunk burned black and cracked wide open, but still alive. He said it was sacred ground. He said the indigenous people who'd lived in the area had used it as a cremation site. Owen was too young for the trip. I told Tate that. Tate said it would toughen him up, which was the kind of thing Tate said about everything that made Owen uncomfortable. Brennan didn't care either way. Brennan had been drinking since we left the car. We reached the tree at dusk. It was everything Tate had described. Enormous, split down the center, the interior charred. You could stand inside the gap. Owen stared at it with the wide eyes of a 13-year-old who knows he's looking at something old and doesn't have the language for it yet. Tate told us a story. He'd researched the area. He was a history minor, and he treated every outing like a field study. He told us about a tribe that had lived in these woods, a tribe that was feared by the others because of a curse, a creature that followed them, a Wendigo, he called it, that fed on the dead and the living alike. He told us how the tribe had been driven into these woods by settlers, how a child had died in his mother's arms the night they arrived, how lightning had struck this very tree at the moment of the boy's death. He told us the mother had made a bargain. She went to the edge of the woods, alone, and she called the Wendigo to her. When it came, she offered it a wild rose, taken from the ones she'd placed in her dead son's arms, and she asked it to protect this land, to guard her son's resting place, to keep the outsiders away. The Wendigo accepted, and the mother paid the price. She knelt and bowed her head, and the creature killed her. That was the deal. You don't bargain with the Wendigo and walk away. Owen was gripping my arm by the end of the story. Brennan was rolling his eyes. I was watching the tree line and trying to ignore the feeling I'd had since we entered the woods. A low, persistent unease, like static behind my thoughts. Then Brennan jumped out of the bushes in a black hoodie and tackled Tate, and Owen screamed and ran, and by the time the two idiots stopped laughing, the 13-year-old had disappeared into the dark. I was furious. Tate called his mother. Owen had made it home, out of breath, terrified, but safe. I didn't forgive them. We argued. Brennan wandered off with another beer. Tate tried to make up with me. He pulled a red rose from his pack. He'd planned the whole evening, the story, the scare, the alone time afterward. The rose was supposed to be romantic. In hindsight, bringing a red rose to the place where a mother offered a red rose to a Wendigo was either a coincidence or something worse. We were in an abandoned house nearby, the kind of structure that exists in every stretch of rural woods, collapsing slowly, wallpaper peeling, windows broken. Tate and I were talking when we heard the scream. Not Brennan's voice doing a bit. A scream. Short, high, cut off. Tate grabbed the flashlight. We went outside. We called Brennan's name. The woods gave us nothing back. Tate found Brennan's trail, broken brush, footprints, and followed it into a clearing. I was behind him, holding the rose because I'd been fidgeting with it all night and hadn't put it down. I saw it before Tate did. It was on the hill at the far side of the clearing, moving on all fours with a gait that made my stomach turn. Its body was emaciated, the spine visible through the skin, the ribs jutting like fingers pressing outward. The skin was dark, almost metallic, shifting slightly as it moved, catching light from passing cars on the road below. Its limbs bent at angles that didn't correspond to any anatomy I understood. The wrists rotated too far, the knees bent the wrong way. It turned its head toward me. The face had no nose. The mouth was an open void. And the eyes, sunken hollows that glowed with a faint, sick yellow, locked onto me with an intelligence that was worse than mindlessness. It knew I was there. It had known the whole time. It came down the hill fast, not running, launching. A single push of its back legs, and it covered 30 feet and hit me at the shoulder. I went down. My head struck something, and the world fractured into gray shapes and ringing. When my vision cleared, I saw what it was doing to Brennan. I won't describe it fully. I'll say that Brennan was alive when it started, and that the sounds he made didn't last long, and that what was left of him when it finished
wouldn't be found for 3 weeks, 30 miles away. Tate tried to run. The creature caught him. It threw him into a ditch. I heard his leg break. Then it turned back to me. I was on the ground, bleeding from my head, shaking, holding the rose so tightly that the thorns had driven into my palm. Blood ran down my wrist and dripped onto the petals. The creature approached me, slowly. Its breath was a wet, rattling wheeze. Its face was inches from mine. I could smell it. Rot and copper and something ancient underneath. Something that smelled like the earth itself had exhaled. It reached out, one clawed hand, dark and slick. I flinched, waiting for the strike. It touched the rose. Its claw traced the petals the way a person touches something they recognize. Gently, carefully, as if the flower meant something to it, as if somewhere in the ruin of whatever this thing used to be, there was a memory. A woman kneeling. A red rose offered. A bargain struck. It leaned closer. Its tongue, long, forked, black, traced my cheek, down my neck, along my arm. It reached my hand and paused at the rose. I felt the thorns shift in my palm as it pried my fingers open and took the flower from my grip. Then it left. It went to Tate. It slashed him across the chest. One swipe, deep but not fatal. And then it turned and disappeared into the dark, carrying the rose. The rangers found us 2 days later. Tate and I were unconscious. They never identified the animal that attacked us. Tate spent 6 months in the hospital. His mind never fully came back. He talks about the creature constantly. The doctors call it trauma-induced psychosis. They gave him medication. The medication made him stop talking about it, but it didn't make him stop seeing it. I can tell by his eyes. I went to therapy. I took the pills. I let the professionals reshape the memory until it fit inside a diagnosis. Bear attack. Acute stress response. Survivor's guilt. I let them sand down the edges until the story was smooth enough to live with. But here's what the therapists can't explain. Here's why I moved to a city. Here's why I live on the 8th floor with no trees in sight. 2 years after the attack, I was living in a new town, a new apartment, ground floor. Behind the complex, there was a small patch of woods. Nothing extensive, maybe an acre of trees between the apartments and a strip mall. The kind of woods that aren't really woods. The kind that exist only because nobody's built on them yet. I looked out my window one morning, and it was standing at the tree line. Same height, same emaciated frame, same skin that shifted in the light, same hollow eyes, watching my window with the patience of something that has nowhere else to be. I moved within the week. 8th floor, no trees. A city where the only green is in window boxes and median strips. For 4 years, I didn't see it. 4 years of concrete and traffic and nights where I could almost convince myself it had been a bear, a breakdown, a story I'd let myself believe because the truth was too mundane. Then, last Tuesday, I looked out my apartment window, 8th floor, facing east, overlooking a parking garage and a busy street. And on top of the parking garage, silhouetted against the evening sky, something was crouching. Tall,
thin, still, watching my window. I don't understand the rules. I don't understand why it let me go that night. The legend says you don't bargain with the Wendigo and survive. But I didn't make a bargain. I just happened to be holding a rose, the same offering the mother made, and the creature recognized it. Maybe it thought I was making an offering. Maybe it thought I was asking for protection. Maybe, for 1 second, in whatever is left of its mind, it remembered being human enough to honor a deal. But if it let me go because of the rose, what does it want now? The rose is gone. It took it. The bargain, if there was a bargain, should be complete, unless the bargain wasn't the rose.
Unless the rose was just the invitation, and the bargain is something else. Something I haven't paid yet. Something the mother paid, on her knees, with her head bowed, waiting for the hand to fall. It's on the parking garage every night now. I've checked. Every night, same spot, same crouch, same yellow eyes catching the streetlight. Waiting. The legends all agree on one thing. The Wendigo is patient. It doesn't chase. It doesn't hurry. It arrives, and it waits. And it collects what it's owed on a timeline that has nothing to do with human urgency. I owe it something. I've owed it something since that night in the woods, when it took a rose from my bleeding hand and let me live. And sooner or later, I'm going to have to go downstairs and find out what. My first encounter with what might be called a dogman happened when my wife and I took our dogs, Lady and Cinnamon, to the James A. Reed National Wildlife Preservation in Missouri. It's in Lee Summit. Lady's an American pit and a sweetheart, except with other dogs. And Cinnamon's a little dachshund. They love to run, so we go there for walks, picnics, or just to let them loose. This day in March 2022, we chose a different part of the park to explore because the place is over 3,000 acres. We preferred areas where there weren't many people around, so we ended up on the quieter side of a bank. As we walked, I noticed an area with some kind of disturbance. What caught my eye was a gigantic wolf print. I compared it to my foot and estimated it was about 6 to 7 inches long, much bigger than any canine print I'd seen. We wandered over to where a small peninsula jutted into a lake or pond. I couldn't tell which because of its odd size. There, I found a stripped deer carcass, leaving just one hoof with bits of fur. I wondered who or what had brought it there and cleaned it out. Nearby, I discovered a spent shotgun shell, which seemed out of place. Hunting shouldn't have been allowed that close to homes, so it puzzled me. My curiosity made me compare the mysterious paw print with Lady's. Hers was only 1.5 inches or so. I took pictures and later did some research. Even the largest Alaskan wolf print didn't match what I'd found. It felt like a kill zone, different from usual wildlife tracks around water. Not long after, within a week or so, another unsettling event happened. I was on a phone call, pacing around my house, and decided to step out on the deck. It was dusk, not completely dark. There's a park behind my house where kids practice sports. As I looked out, I saw a black figure. What stood out most was its posture and its glowing red eyes. It was about 25 feet from my fence, and I was elevated on my deck. The figure's stance was like a superhero. One hand in front, a leg stretched out, the other knee bent. It reminded me of Spider-Man, but its features were more like Batman, with spiky ears projecting from its head. The eyes were red and seemed to glow. I felt an immediate wave of fear, which is unusual for me. I pretended I hadn't seen it, feeling like it was related to the print I'd seen earlier. It seemed to be surveilling me, assessing me. I turned back to the door, acting as if nothing was there, and went inside. I was scared, and I felt like it was evaluating me. I locked the door and kept up my phone conversation, not wanting it to see me. If I had to guess, if the figure stood up, it'd be about 6.5 feet tall. I'm 6 foot myself, and its athletic build stood out to me. I have experience gauging body types from my background in personal training and natural bodybuilding. This thing was definitely athletic, and those red eyes were unforgettable. Since that encounter, I felt a lingering fear, especially that first night when I had to go to my car. It was late, and everyone was asleep. I'm not usually scared, but seeing that thing had changed something in me. I pretended like it wasn't there, even if deep down I knew it was.
I had never believed in strange coincidences.
But there I was, standing in the darkened hallway of my late mother's house, clutching a box of her old possessions. I was a collector of stories, an archivist of lives, and now, the keeper of my mother's legacy, a role I had assumed out of obligation more than love. The air was thick with dust and the echo of childhood grievances. I was there because no one else had the time or the stomach to sort through the sad remnants of a life that had long since lost its way. The box was heavy, awkward. Inside was nestled an assortment of the forgotten, porcelain dolls with faded dresses and glassy eyes, their innocence marred by neglect and time. They were the small irritation I hadn't anticipated, a reminder of a past I tried to leave behind. My mother had clung to these relics, and I had never understood why. It made me feel guilty, knowing I had turned away from her when she needed me most. As I set the box down, a chill skittered up my spine. One doll, in particular, seemed to watch me with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Its eyes were too aware, too present. I nearly laughed at myself for the thought, but there was something unnerving in those fixed pupils. Then, as if in response to my discomfort, the doll shifted slightly in the box. It wasn't a trick of the light or a tilt of the floorboards. It moved with purpose, acknowledging my presence. I tried to reason it away, chalking it up to nerves and the exhaustion of the day. But deep down, I knew there was more to it. I felt a weight on my chest, the press of years spent avoiding the truth of my mother's decline, of her madness, perhaps. The doll, with its painted smile, seemed to mock my denial, as if it knew the secrets I kept hidden, even from myself. I turned to leave the room, but the floor creaked beneath me, as though urging me to stay. My heart raced, caught between the urge to flee and the need to confront this peculiar sensation. I recalled the stories my mother used to tell, the ones I dismissed as the ramblings of a lonely woman. Tales of cursed objects and spirits who whispered in the night. I had always thought of them as her way of coping with solitude, but now they resonated with a truth I had long ignored. Driven by a compulsion I couldn't name, I picked up the doll. Its weight was unsettlingly real, its eyes fixated on mine. Each second stretched into eternity as I felt its presence seep into my skin. I knew it was absurd, yet I could not shake the feeling of being studied, as if the doll was dissecting my very soul. In an act of defiance, I decided to investigate the attic where my mother had kept her most secretive belongings. The narrow staircase creaked under my weight, echoing the doubts in my mind. I reached the attic and was greeted by a musty darkness that seemed alive with whispers, each one growing louder, filling my ears with their insistent murmurs. The doll remained in my grip, its presence emboldened by the shadows. It was then I realized it was not just a doll. It was a reflection of my own failures, my inability to confront the pain of my mother's life, and my part in her loneliness. The attic was cluttered with years of hoarding, but all I could see were the eyes of that damned doll, now mirroring my own fear and regret. I had to make a choice. I could bury these objects along with my memories, hiding them away and denying their significance, or I could face the truth of what they represented. I placed the doll on an old rocking chair,
watching as it balanced with uncanny ease. Its gaze bore into me, challenging me to find the courage that had eluded me for so long. As the night deepened, the doll seemed to animate, its head turning slightly to follow my movements. It was unnerving, but it also felt like a call to action. I realized then that I had to accept the truths I had long buried, to reconcile with the past and the mother I had never truly known. The doll, with its silent vigil, was both my judge and my guide. With a steadying breath, I reached out, touching its cold, smooth face. The house seemed to exhale, the whispers fading into a distant memory. I understood now that facing this horror, this haunting reminder of my own failings, was the only path to redemption. I would keep the doll as a reminder, a token of the past I mustn't forget. As I descended the stairs, the house settled into an uneasy peace. The air was still heavy, but no longer suffocating. The doll remained in the attic, a sentinel of the darkness that lurked within my own heart. I had made my choice, and though the ghosts of the past lingered, they no longer held the power to haunt me. In the quiet of the night, I understood that the real horror was not the doll itself, but the reflection it cast of my own life. The scars it revealed were mine to bear, but also mine to heal.
The Ohio Flap, Portage County and Trumbull County, Northeast Ohio, March 2026. Everything you've heard so far happened in the past, some of it decades ago, some of it a century ago. What I'm about to tell you happened last month. March 6th, 2026, 12:23 in the afternoon, broad daylight. A researcher is standing in a field near Mantua Center, Ohio, a small town in Portage County, southeast of Cleveland. Rural country, farms, woodlots, the Headwaters Trail greenbelt running through the landscape like a green vein. He's not hunting. He's not looking for anything in particular. He's just out. And then he sees it. 120 yards away, at the edge of the tree line, something is standing upright. 9 feet tall, brown hair covering its entire body. It is looking directly at him. For a moment, he doesn't know how long, a few seconds, maybe more, they are locked in eye contact, man and creature, across an open field, in the middle of the day. Neither moves. Then the creature turns, and it doesn't walk. It moves, fast, fluid, covering ground in a way that something 9 feet tall shouldn't be able to, and it vanishes into the trees. The researcher gets out of the field, fast. That was the first report. It was not the last. The next night, 10:52 p.m., same general area, a different witness. An 8-foot figure, dark brown, emerges from the tree line about 40 yards from the Headwaters Trail. The witness doesn't see it first. He hears it. A deep, vibrating grunt that seems to come from everywhere at once. The kind of sound you feel in your ribs before you hear it in your ears. He looks toward the sound, and there it is, standing at the edge of the trail, in the dark, watching him. It steps back into the trees. Gone. 2 sightings, 2 days, same corridor. March 9th. 3 more reports come in, scattered across the county. Garrettsville. 2 sightings. Different witnesses, different times. Then Wyndham. An older woman. And I want you to pay attention to this, because she's important. This is a woman who did not believe in Bigfoot. She had never given it a second thought. She was outside her home when something massive came out of the woods, crossed an open area, and went back into the woods on the other side, on 2 legs, not walking like a bear walks when it rears up, walking like a person walks. She called it in. She was shaking. Then Streetsboro, another sighting, same night, March 10th, 4 in the morning, Newton Township. They've crossed the county line now. This is Trumbull County. A man takes his German Shepherd outside.
The dog gets to the door and starts freaking out, lunging toward the tree line, then pulling back, then lunging again. The man looks where the dog is looking, a large, dark figure, 9, maybe 10 feet tall, standing in the tree line, motionless. The dog couldn't stop shaking. 8 sightings in 4 days, 8 unconnected witnesses across 2 counties. No photographs, no video. Every encounter lasted seconds, too fast, too unexpected. These weren't Bigfoot hunters with cameras ready. These were people walking dogs, hiking trails, stepping outside at 4 in the morning. They weren't prepared for what they saw. Jeremiah Byron runs the Bigfoot Society podcast. He's conducted over 1,000 witness interviews in his career. When the reports started coming in, he mapped them. And what the map showed wasn't random scatter. It was a route. An eastward line tracking from Portage County into Trumbull County, following the Headwaters Trail. A wooded greenbelt that connects the small towns like a highway through the trees. Something was moving through the corridor, and it wasn't alone. The sizes varied. Some witnesses described a creature close to 10 feet. Others described something around 6 feet, possibly younger. Different colorings, dark brown, reddish brown, black. To Byron, the pattern looked like a family group on the move. He called it the biggest cluster of Bigfoot reports since the 1970s. And he wasn't the first person in Northeast Ohio to say something like that. August 1978, 50 miles southwest, Stark County. The Caton family lived on Lincoln Street in Paris Township, about 2 miles west of Minerva. Their property backed up against an old strip mine, dense brush, heavy timber, the kind of ground that humans stopped walking through decades ago. One evening, something appeared at their kitchen window, 7 feet tall at least, covered in hair. The witnesses described glowing red eyes. It came back. Night after night, it returned. It threw rocks at the house. It stood at the tree line and watched. The family called the Stark County Sheriff's Office. Deputies came out. They searched the property. They found no animal, but they noted a strong, unusual smell in the air. A musky ammonia odor. Heavy, chemical. Nothing like a bear or a deer or any known wildlife. The Caton family told their story. Researchers followed up in 1985 and again in 1991. The family's account was, word for word, the same as it had been in 1978. They never recanted. They never changed a detail. The case became known as the Minerva Monster, and it made national headlines. In Ohio, they don't call it Bigfoot. They call it the Grassman. It's described as taller, sometimes more aggressive than the Pacific Northwest Sasquatch. It uses waterways as travel corridors. It follows the creeks and the green belts, the way deer follow game trails. Invisible until you happen to be standing in the right place at the right time. Or the wrong place at the wrong time. Portage County Sheriff Bruce Zukowski went on the record in March 2026. He told reporters that 10 individual people had come to him describing a large creature with a musty odor. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources said they had received no reports of Bigfoot activity. No official reports were filed. No evidence was recovered. No photographs exist. But 10 people, in 4 days, across 2 counties, described the same thing. A hair-covered creature walking upright, moving through the woods along the Headwaters Trail, triggering fear responses in dogs, leaving nothing behind but a smell that hangs in the air long after the thing itself is gone. The investigation is still active. Byron and the Bigfoot Society are still collecting reports. The Ohio Sasquatch Project has researchers in the field. As of right now, as of the moment you are hearing this, nobody has found a track, a hair sample, or a clear photograph. But nobody has stopped looking either. And the Headwaters Trail is still there. The corridor is still open. The trees are still thick. And somewhere in Northeast Ohio, 10 people are still trying to explain what they saw in the first week of March when something that wasn't supposed to exist walked through their county in broad daylight and didn't leave a trace. Except the smell. They all remember the smell. I'm going to tell you something, and you're not going to believe it. That's fine. The cops didn't believe it either. My therapist doesn't believe it. The woman I'm seeing now smiles and changes the subject whenever it comes up, which is her way of not believing it. I've made peace with that. I'm not telling you this to be believed. I'm telling you this because it's in me, and it needs to come out. The way a splinter needs to come out. The way something rotten needs air. I was a reporter. Small paper in northern Wisconsin. Not a real reporter. Not the kind that breaks stories or wins awards. I was the guy they sent to investigate the weird stuff. Bigfoot sightings, haunted barns, some farmer who swore his cattle were being mutilated by aliens, that kind of thing. I'd drive out to wherever, interview whoever, write it up with just enough sincerity that the readers felt spooked, and just enough distance that the editor didn't look stupid. It was a living. Barely. The last assignment I took brought me to a town in the northern woods. I'm not going to name it. If you're smart, you won't try to find it. A man up there, I'll call him Rob, had reported killing something in the woods behind his property. His neighbor had gone missing, and Rob said he found the neighbor being eaten by a creature. He shot the creature and burned the body. When the police examined the remains, they identified them as a man who disappeared from the area 15 years prior. Rob was never charged. The neighbor's death was ruled an animal attack. I drove up to talk to Rob. He lived with his mother in a house that looked like it was being slowly swallowed by the woods around it. He was eager to talk. Most of the people I interviewed were. They wanted someone to take them seriously, and I was willing to pretend. Rob told me what he saw. A tall white creature, emaciated, skin stretched over bone like wet paper, sunken eyes, black and empty. He said it was crouched over his neighbor's body, feeding, and that when he shone his flashlight on it, it looked up at him with a mouth full of blood and didn't run. It just looked at him, like it was deciding whether he was worth the trouble. His mother interrupted at one point. She said it was a Wendigo, and she said it like she was correcting a child who'd used the wrong word. She said the Wendigo was an evil spirit, not a man, and that it had lived in those woods longer than anyone alive. She said it took people. Not often. Just enough that the people who lived there knew to lock their doors and stay out of the woods after dark. I wrote it all down. I asked my questions. I thanked them for their time. And then I did something stupid. I went into the woods. I don't have a good reason for why I did it. Curiosity, maybe. Arrogance, probably. I'd spent years interviewing people about things that didn't exist, and I'd never once found evidence of anything real. I think part of me wanted to walk into the woods behind Rob's house, just to prove, To myself, to no one, that there was nothing there. That there's never anything there. I followed a game trail behind the property. It was late afternoon, still light, and I told myself I'd turn around in 20 minutes. The trail wound through thick forest, pines and birch, dense undergrowth, soft ground. It was quiet in the way deep woods are quiet, not silent, but muffled, like the trees absorb everything. I found the cave by accident. The trail dipped into a ravine, and at the bottom, half hidden by brush and fallen rock, there was an opening in the hillside. Not large, maybe 4 feet across, dark inside, cold air drifting out of it. I shone my flashlight in. The beam reached about 15 feet before the tunnel curved, and I couldn't see further. I went in. I know. The tunnel was narrow and low, and it went deeper than I expected. I followed it for what felt like 100 yards, stooped over, one hand on the wall, the flashlight cutting a small circle in the dark ahead of me. The air got colder. The smell changed, from damp rock to something else. Something organic, sweet and rotten, like meat left in the sun. The tunnel opened into a chamber. I straightened up and swept the light around the space. The ceiling was maybe 8 feet high. The walls were rough stone. And along the far wall, there were stone slabs. 3 of them. Flat, like tables. Ropes hung from iron stakes driven into the rock beside them. One of the slabs had dark stains on it. Old stains. Layers of them. I should have left. Every part of me knew I should have left. But I was looking at the stains and trying to process what they meant. And I didn't hear it behind me until it was too late. I'm not going to describe what happened next in detail. I can't. My therapist says I'm not ready, and she's right. What I'll tell you is that I didn't leave that cave for a very long time. I was kept, restrained, fed just enough to stay alive. Scraps, raw things, things I don't want to identify. And I was cut, regularly. Small, precise cuts, like something was taking samples, testing the meat. The thing that held me, I'll use the mother's word, the Wendigo, was tall, much taller than a man. It was pale, almost white, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. The skin was thin enough that I could see the shapes of bones beneath it. And the face? I saw it up close, many times, more times than I can bear to remember. The face had eyes like empty sockets, dark pits that held nothing but appetite. No intelligence, no cruelty, just need. It kept others. Not always, but sometimes. I was not always alone on those slabs. I won't talk about the others. I can't talk about the others. Time stopped meaning anything. There was no light in the chamber. No day, no night. Just the dark and the cold and the sound of the Wendigo moving through the tunnels. A dry, shuffling sound, like something being dragged across stone. I learned to tell how far away it was by the sound. When the sound stopped, it was close. When it was close, something was going to happen to me. I don't know how long I was in there. When they found me, when I got out, they told me it had been almost 4 years. It felt longer. It felt like my entire life before the cave had happened to someone else. I escaped because of a mistake. The Wendigos. not mine. A group of hikers came too close to the cave entrance. I heard their voices, distant, muffled, but human, and the Wendigo heard them too. It left the chamber. It went toward the sound. And in the minutes it was gone, I managed to work my way free of the restraints. I ran, barefoot, half naked, starving, covered in scars. I ran through the tunnel and out of the cave and into light so bright it blinded me. I fell. I got up. I ran again. I ran until I found a road, and then I walked until a car stopped. The man who found me called an ambulance. The paramedics asked me my name. It took me a long time to remember it. The police questioned me. I told them everything. They looked at me the way everyone looks at me when I tell this story. But they took it seriously enough to search the cave. Or they said they did. I don't know what they found. They never told me. I never asked. I couldn't go back to that. That was 3 years ago. I've gained weight. I've healed, mostly. The scars are still there. Thin, white lines across my arms and legs and torso. Dozens of them. Too precise to be random. Doctors asked me about them. I told them the truth. They wrote something in my file that I'm sure has the word delusion in it. But here's the part I haven't told anyone. Not the cops, not the therapist, not the woman I'm seeing. This is the part I keep for myself because it's the part that scares me most, and I don't know what it means. When I was in the cave, the Wendigo fed me. Like I said, scraps, raw things. I ate them because I had to. Because starvation will make you eat anything. But toward the end, in the months before I escaped, I noticed something changing. The food didn't taste bad anymore. The raw meat, the things I didn't want to identify, they started tasting good. Better than good. They tasted right. The way nothing else had ever tasted right. And now, out here, in the world, where I eat normal food and sit at a table with a fork and knife, nothing tastes right anymore. Everything is flat. Everything is dull. I eat because I have to, the same way I ate in the cave, but the hunger isn't for what's on my plate. I went to a steakhouse last week with the woman I'm seeing. I ordered my steak rare. It came out pink and warm and bloody, and when I cut into it, something in me, something deep, something that wasn't there before the cave, woke up for a second. Just a second. And then I looked across the table at her, at the soft skin of her neck, and I felt the hunger shift towards something I can't say out loud. I put my knife down. I excused myself. I sat in the bathroom for 10 minutes with my hands gripping the sink, staring at my reflection, telling myself I'm not what I think I'm becoming. I'm telling you this because I need someone to know. The Wendigo didn't just keep me in that cave. It changed me. It fed me something for 4 years, and whatever it was, it's still in me. The legends say the Wendigo was once a man. The mother said it was a spirit. But I think it's simpler than either of those. I think it's a hunger. And I think the hunger is contagious. And I think the Wendigo didn't capture me to eat me. It captured me to make another one. And some nights, when the hunger is at its worst, and the dark feels like the cave, and I can hear that dry, shuffling sound even though nothing is there, I think it worked. I just pulled over at this rest stop on 287, and it's a quiet night. Just the hum of engines and that cold Texas wind biting a little more than usual. I cracked open the door of my Kenworth W900, stretching my legs on the gravel-strewn lot. The distinct smell of diesel lingered in the air as I poured myself a cup from my thermos. The coffee from that little diner in Amarillo, still warm enough to keep me going through the night. The wife's expecting my call around this time, so I'll sit a spell and dial her up before hitting the road again. I settle back against the side of my truck, the familiar feel of the metal cold against my back. I pulled out my phone, ready to hear her voice, when I noticed a shape moving near the trash bins. Just some movement in the dark, so I figured it was another stray critter getting into the trash bins out here. Part of the territory, I reckon. But there was an unnerving aspect to it. The shadow that flickered under the dim rest stop lights looked larger than any dog should be. I squinted, trying to make sense of it, as the trash cans began to clatter more loud than expected. My grip on the thermos tightened, the steam from the cup mingling with the cold air around me. I heard it then. An eerie growl, unlike any canine sound I've ever come across. Not a stray in mutt, that was for sure. Prickles of fear raced up my neck, my boots rooted to the gravel beneath. My gut twisted with alarm, and the familiar sound of gravel under my boots felt unnervingly foreign. As I took a step closer, my breath hitching in the sharp air, I saw them. Those eyes glowing brighter than the moonlight that bathed the rest area. The silhouette moved, taller than anticipated, with its breath visible in the cold night. It was a creature unfamiliar and unsettling, standing there, watching me back. Cold apprehension tightened my insides, the air seeming to press in closer, and I knew I had to reach my truck, quick-like. I turned, my boots crunching on the gravel, reaching for my phone to call for help. But my hands were numb and unsteady. The phone slipped from my grip, hitting the ground with a dull thud. I fumbled to pick it up, cursing under my breath, as a deep, unsettling silence wrapped around the rest area, cutting me off from the world beyond the reach of the dim lights. Everything seemed to fall painfully still, the only sound my breathing, ragged and loud in my ears. Then it came again, the crunching of gravel. Only this time, it wasn't under my boots. I stood frozen, my heart thumping in my chest, as an unseen presence moved, circling the lot under the pale moonlight. The quiet night suddenly felt vast and empty, and I realized just how alone I was out there on 287, with that cold Texas wind biting a little more than usual. I found myself among the relics of my childhood, standing in the attic of my grandfather's old house. The summer rain pattered against the roof, a muted symphony of water and wood as I rifled through dusty boxes, searching for anything worth keeping. My mother's voice echoed in my head, her insistence that I sort through the remnants of our family's past before the house was sold. She reminded me that legacies were not to be forsaken. And so, I was there, fulfilling a duty I resented, the attic air thick with the musty scent of forgotten memories. A small irritation nagged at me, a distant whirring of a fan that did little to combat the oppressive heat. I wiped the sweat from my brow and continued, my fingers brushing against a box in the corner. Within it lay a collection of dolls and teddy bears, their glass eyes staring into the dim light. It was a strange sensation, seeing them again. A palpable guilt gnawed at me, the kind that comes from neglected sentiment. These toys, once cherished, had been abandoned, much like my own childhood dreams. I reached for a porcelain doll, its delicate face cracked and worn. As I lifted it, a peculiar chill ran down my spine. The air grew colder, and the room, once still, seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The doll's eyes, once lifeless, seemed to spark with something unfathomable. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a mere illusion born of fatigue. Yet, there was no denying the shift in the atmosphere, the way the shadows draped over the room as if attempting to suffocate the light. I placed the doll back, unease prickling at my senses. The whirring fan faltered, its monotonous drone interrupted by a clicking noise that seemed to mimic the rattling of dry bones. The room felt smaller, as though the walls were closing in, and the air grew thick with an unfamiliar tension. I tried to convince myself that it was merely the house settling, the old wood groaning against the burden of years. But the doll, perched atop the box, maintained its gaze, unrelenting and accusatory. A thought occurred to me, irrational yet persistent. What if this was more than just a house of memories? What if these relics held some forgotten essence, a spirit that had waited patiently for acknowledgement? I shook my head, rejecting the notion. Still, I felt the urge to flee, to escape the suffocating presence of the attic. But there was a pull, a compulsion to confront the specter of my own making. I lingered, my gaze meeting the doll's unblinking stare. As the minutes passed, the doll's face seemed to shift in the dim light, its expression morphing from benign to something sinister. I realized, with a creeping horror, that it was a reflection of the fear I harbored, the guilt I bore for abandoning the past in pursuit of an uncertain future. The chill deepened, seeping into my bones, as if the house itself sought to remind me of what I had lost. In that moment, I understood. The dolls, the bears, they were more than mere toys. They were relics of innocence, mirrors of a life I had long left behind. The doll's eyes, once hollow, now seemed alight with intelligence, as if recognizing the fracture in my soul. The house, with its whispers and creaks, became an entity of its own, dark corners echoing with the laughter of forgotten years. The revelation was stark. I was being watched, not just by the dolls, but by my own conscience. The attic became a theater of shadows, each figure an actor in a play of my own making. I knew then that to leave was to deny the truth. To walk away was to leave my past unresolved. The choice was clear, yet daunting. I could embrace the darkness or turn away, burdened by the weight of my own cowardice. I picked up the doll again, its cracked visage now familiar, almost tender in its silent reproach. I felt its weight in my hands, a tangible reminder of my own fragility. The attic seemed to breathe with me, a shared exhalation of acceptance. With careful deliberation, I placed the doll on a shelf where light could touch it, where it could stand as sentinel over the relics of my past. The room was still, the air warm and fragrant with the scent of aged wood. I stood, a silent guardian amid the shadows, the fans whirring now a gentle hum. The dolls, the bears, and I were united in quiet understanding, a truce between past and present. As the rain continued its steady percussion against the roof, I knew I had changed, not in grand revelation, but in the subtle acceptance of what had been and what would never be again. The doll's eyes, serene and knowing, watched as I turned to leave, my footsteps echoing in the hollow space. And though the attic held its secrets, they no longer felt like chains. The house, with its shadows and whispers, remained behind, a keeper of stories I had come to claim as my own.
The Affidavit, Mica Mountain, near Tete Jean Cache, British Columbia, October 1955. I, William Rowe, of the city of Edmonton, in the province of Alberta, make oath and say that what follows is absolutely true and correct in all details. I want to start there, not with the story, with the oath. I signed this document in front of a notary public, under the laws of Canada, because I wanted there to be no question about what I'm telling you. This is not a campfire story. This is not something I heard from a friend of a friend. This happened to me, and I am willing to swear to it under penalty of law.
I have been in the woods my whole life. Since I was a boy in Michigan, I have studied the lives and habits of wild animals. When I was raising my family in northern Alberta, I supported us by hunting and trapping. I have spent more hours watching wild creatures than most people spend sleeping. I know what a grizzly bear looks like. I know what a black bear looks like. I know what a moose looks like, and an elk looks like, and a wolverine looks like. I know what belongs in the forest and what doesn't. What I saw on Mica Mountain in October of 1955 does not belong in any book I've ever read. I had been working on the highway near Tête Jaune Cache, British Columbia, about 80 miles west of Jasper, for about 2 years. It was October, and I had a day off. I decided to hike 5 miles up Mica Mountain to an old deserted mine. No particular reason, just something to do. I had my rifle with me, but I wasn't looking to shoot anything that day. I came in sight of the mine around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I had just stepped out of a patch of low brush into a clearing when I saw what I thought was a grizzly bear on the other side, maybe 75 yards away. I'd shot a grizzly near that same spot the year before, so it wasn't unusual. But I had no way of getting a bear out of there, so I sat down on a small rock, rifle in my hands, and just watched. I could see part of the animal's head and the top of one shoulder. Then it raised up and stepped out into the opening, and I realized it was not a bear. It came across the clearing directly toward me. I'm going to describe it to you as carefully as I can, because what I saw deserves to be described carefully. It was about 6 feet tall. I would guess close to 300 pounds. It was covered in dark brown hair, tipped with silver. Not fur, not the dense undercoat a bear carries, but hair. Short hair, none of it longer than an inch, even on the head. The hair on the face was shorter still. It was female. I could see the breasts clearly. They were not like an animal's. They hung the way a woman's would. The face was broad and flat. The nose was flat, almost flush with the face. The ears were shaped like human ears. The eyes were small and dark, like a bear's eyes, but set in a face that was not a bear's face. The neck was thick and short, shorter than any man's neck I have ever seen. The shoulders were wide and heavy with muscle. It walked upright, not hunched, not shuffling, walking, the way you or I walk. It swung its arms as it moved, and as it walked, it was eating. It would reach out and strip leaves from the low bushes, wild cherry, I believe, and push them into its mouth, chewing as it walked. I sat on my rock and I watched. For several minutes, I just watched. My first thought was that some movie company was filming nearby, and this was an actor in a costume. But I studied it, and I knew no costume could do this. The movement of the muscles under the skin, the way the hair lay flat and shifted as it moved, the weight of it pressing into the ground with each step. This was a living thing. This was real. Then it got my scent. It stopped. It turned its head and looked directly at me through an opening in the brush. And when it saw me, I will never forget this as long as I live. A look of amazement crossed its face. Pure amazement. The way a person looks when they come around a corner and find something completely unexpected. Its eyebrows went up. Its mouth opened slightly. It looked so startled, so genuinely surprised that I had to grin. I couldn't help it. It was comical. Still crouched slightly, it backed up 3 or 4 short steps. Quick, careful steps, keeping its eyes on me. Then it straightened up to its full height
and began to walk rapidly back the way it had come. Not running, not panicking, just leaving, quickly and deliberately, the way a person leaves a room when they realize they've walked into the wrong one. As it went, it looked back at me over its shoulder. Once, maybe twice. Not with fear, exactly. More like caution, as though it simply wanted no contact with anything strange. I raised my rifle.
I want to be honest about that.
I raised my rifle. I had the thought, just for a moment, that I should shoot it. For a specimen. For proof. To bring something back that would show the world what I had just seen. I looked through the sights. I had a clear shot. It was walking away from me, unhurried, and I could have put a bullet between its shoulders as easily as I've put a bullet into a deer at that distance 100 times. I lowered the rifle. I couldn't do it. It was too human. The way it walked, the way it looked at me, the way its face showed surprise. That was not an animal's face showing animal surprise. That was something closer to us than I was comfortable admitting. And I could not shoot something that close to human and live with myself afterward. It disappeared into the timber. I sat on my rock for a long time. Then, I hiked back down the mountain. I didn't tell anyone for almost 2 years. Not because I was afraid people would think I was crazy, though I was, but because I didn't have the words yet. I needed time to understand what I had seen before I could describe it to someone else. In 1957, I agreed to put it in writing. A journalist named John Green asked me if I would submit a sworn statement, and I said yes. The affidavit was drawn up by the legal department of the city of Edmonton. I signed it on August 26, 1957, in front of a notary. I did not have to do this. No one made me. I did it because I wanted this on the record, in my own words, under oath, so that after I'm gone, there would be no question about what I saw. I am not a scientist. I am not a researcher. I'm a man who has spent his life in the woods, watching animals, and on one October afternoon on Mica Mountain, I watched something that is not in any field guide, any textbook, or any museum. It was real. It was alive. It was eating leaves. And when it saw me, it was amazed. I grinned. And then I let it go. My wife still doesn't believe me. I need to say that up front so you understand the position I'm in. I came home from northern Canada 3 weeks ago, and I told her what happened to her brother, and she looked at me like I was cruel, and then like I was crazy, and then like I was a stranger she'd never met. She hasn't looked at me normally since. I don't blame her. If someone told me what I told her, I wouldn't believe it either. Here's what happened. Her brother, Craig, and his friend Denny wanted to go winter hunting in northern Manitoba. Caribou. Craig had done it before. He was the type who collected experiences the way other people collect stamps. Investment banker, big money, loud about it. He and Denny were cut from the same cloth. Expensive gear, expensive trips, expensive stories to tell at dinner parties. My wife thought it would be good for me to go with them. Bond with my brother, she said. You two just need to spend time together. I didn't want to go. I want that on the record. I didn't want to spend a week in the frozen bush with two men who thought my job was beneath them and my hobbies were boring and my value as a human being was directly proportional to my annual income. But I went.
because my wife asked me to, and because saying no would have given Craig another thing to hold over me at Thanksgiving. We flew into a small airstrip in the far north and drove to a lodge on the edge of the tree line. The lodge was nearly empty. End of season, skeleton staff. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel peaceful so much as abandoned. Our guide was waiting at the bar. His name was Thomas, Chippewan, short, weathered, quiet. He'd been drinking when we arrived, which Craig found hilarious and I found concerning. Craig and Denny went to bed early. I stayed up with Thomas by the fire because I didn't want to be in a room next to Craig's, listening to him and Denny laugh through the walls. Thomas and I sat in silence for a while. Then he started talking. "Your brother-in-law," he said. "He's been out here before?" "Once. Different guide." Thomas nodded. "Men like him come up here to prove something. To themselves. To each other. The bush doesn't care what you're trying to prove. It has its own agenda." I asked him what he meant. He was quiet for a long time. The fire popped. Wind pushed against the windows. Then he said, "Do you know what a Wendigo is?" I didn't. He told me. He told me about a spirit that lives in the northern woods, as old as the trees, older maybe. He said it doesn't attack the way an animal attacks. It enters. It finds a person, usually someone who is already hungry in a way that has nothing to do with food. Someone who consumes without being satisfied. Someone whose appetite has no floor. He said the Wendigo gets inside that person and fills the empty space. And once it's in, the hunger becomes something else. Something that can only be fed one way. I asked him if he was trying to scare me. He looked at me with an expression that was so far from amusement that I felt ashamed for asking. "I'm telling you because the conditions are right," he said. "The cold, the aurora, the isolation. And because your brother-in-law is exactly the kind of man it looks for." I went to bed unsettled. Around midnight, Craig unzipped my tent and stuck his head in with a flashlight under his chin, doing a stupid ghost voice. "I'm the Wendigo, come to get you," while Denny laughed behind him. I rolled over and ignored them. They stumbled back to their tent. The wind picked up. The next 3 days were uneventful. We tracked caribou. We didn't find any. Craig got frustrated. Denny got bored. Thomas led us deeper into the bush, further from the lodge, into terrain that was flat and white and featureless. The trees thinned. The sky was enormous. The aurora at night was so bright and active it looked like the atmosphere was breathing. On the fourth night, things changed. We were camped near a frozen lake. Thomas had built a fire and was cooking bannock. Craig and Denny were sharing a flask, getting loud. I was sitting apart, watching the aurora, when Thomas came and sat next to me. "Something is off," he said quietly. "The animals are gone. I haven't seen tracks since yesterday." I looked at him. His face was tight. He was watching the tree line, what little tree line there was, a sparse row of stunted spruce along the far shore of the lake. "We should head back tomorrow," he said. I agreed. Craig wouldn't, but I agreed. That night, the wind came.
Not regular wind. This was different. A howling that rose and fell in patterns that sounded almost like speech. It shook the tents. It pushed against the fabric like hands pressing from the outside. I lay in my bag, listening, telling myself it was just wind, just the open tundra funneling air across the lake. Then I heard Thomas's name being called. Long, drawn out, carried on the wind like a thread woven through the howling. Thomas's name, distorted
but recognizable, coming from somewhere out on the lake. I sat up. My breath was visible. The temperature had dropped so far that the inside of the tent was crackling with frost. I heard Thomas in his tent, moving. Then I heard him say something in Chippewayan. Low, fast, urgent. A prayer, maybe. A command. I don't know. The wind shifted. It stopped calling Thomas's name. It started calling Craig's. I heard it clearly. Craig's name, stretched and pulled apart, syllables separated by seconds of howling silence. Over and over. Not a scream, not a shout. A summons. Patient, repetitive, certain. I heard Craig's tent unzip. I scrambled out of my bag and out of my tent in time to see Craig standing in the snow in his base layers. No coat, no boots, staring out at the frozen lake. The aurora was violent above us, green and white, pulsing, throwing light across the snow like a strobe. Craig's face was lit up in that shifting light, and his expression was, I don't have the right word. Blank, but not empty. Receptive. Like a man listening to music only he could hear. Thomas was already out, moving toward Craig, speaking to him in English. Get back in the tent. Don't listen. It's not real. Get back inside. Craig didn't move. The wind called his name again, and his head turned toward the lake. Slow, mechanical, like something was adjusting his direction from the inside. Thomas grabbed his arm. Craig shoved him. Not the way you shove someone who's annoying you, the way you throw something out of your path. Thomas hit the ground hard. Craig was bigger, stronger, and in that moment, something else. Something that was using Craig's body without Craig's permission. Denny came out of his tent. What the hell is going on? Craig walked onto the lake, barefoot, in his base layers, on ice, in the dark, in 20 below, toward the source of the voice that was calling his name. He walked with long, even strides, and the wind carried the sound of his footsteps back to us. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Steady and unhurried. Thomas got to his feet. Don't follow him, he said. Do not go onto that ice. Denny ignored him. Denny ran after Craig. He caught up to him about 50 yards out on the lake and grabbed his shoulder, and Craig turned around. I was standing at the edge of the lake. The aurora was bright enough that I could see them clearly. Craig turned and looked at Denny, and Denny let go of his shoulder and took a step back. I couldn't see Craig's face from where I was, but I could see Denny's. And whatever Denny saw in Craig's face made him try to run. He didn't make it. I'm not going to describe what happened on that ice. I told my wife, and she screamed, and I'm not going to write it down and make it exist in another place. What I will say is that the sounds carried across the lake, and they were not the sounds of a fight. And Thomas put his hand on my arm and held me in place. And he said, if you go out there, there will be 3. We stood at the edge of the lake, and we listened to Denny die. When it was quiet, Craig walked further out onto the ice. He walked north, toward the far shore, toward the tree line. His strides were longer now, much longer, impossibly long.
as if each step covered 10 or 15 feet. The aurora lit him from above, and in that light, he didn't look like Craig anymore. The proportions were wrong. He was taller, thinner. His arms hung too low. He reached the far tree line, and he walked into the spruce, and he was gone. Thomas and I packed in the dark. We left Denny's gear. We left Craig's gear. We drove the snowmobile south without speaking, riding for hours through the dark and the cold. And we didn't stop until we reached the lodge. Thomas called the authorities. I called my wife. The authorities sent a search team to the lake. They found blood on the ice. They found Denny's remains. They did not find Craig. The official report says Craig suffered a psychotic break brought on by extreme cold, isolation, and possible substance interaction. The official report says he attacked and killed his friend in a state of temporary insanity, then wandered into the bush, where he presumably died of exposure. The official report says his body has not been recovered. Thomas and I have spoken twice since that night. The first time, he called to ask if I was all right. I said I didn't know. The second time, I called him. It was late at night, a few weeks after I'd been home. I asked him the question I'd been carrying since the lake. Is Craig dead? Thomas was quiet for a long time. I could hear wind on his end of the line. I don't know where he was. The man you knew is dead, he said. What's left isn't him. Then what is it? Hungry, Thomas said. It's always hungry. And it's still out there. He hung up. I haven't called again. My wife filed a missing persons report. She's waiting for them to find Craig's body in the spring thaw. She's planning a memorial. She sets a place for him at the table sometimes, out of habit or grief or something in between. I sit across from that empty chair, and I eat my dinner, and I don't say what I know. Because what I know would end my marriage, and it wouldn't bring Craig back, and it wouldn't change what's walking through the spruce forests of northern Manitoba right now, in the dark, in the cold, with strides too long for any human being to take. The wind here in the city doesn't sound like anything except wind. That's what I tell myself. But last week I woke up at 3 in the morning and the bedroom window was open. My wife was asleep beside me. The air coming through the window was cold. Not city cold. Deep cold. The kind of cold I felt on that lake. And on the wind, so faint I could almost convince myself I imagined it. I heard Craig's voice. He was calling my name. Driving down that stretch of Route 234 at 2 a.m., I held my trusty Steelers thermos close. It was filled up with that black gold, coffee, that keeps me going on these night shifts. The engine of my old Ford F-150 was the only sound slicing through the stillness. This road to the plant has always been a quiet one, just the way I like it at this hour, with the faint hum of the tires keeping me company. I pass by the cornfield, getting browner by the day, looking like some unkempt, scraggly beard against the night sky. Even though I practically grew up around these parts, its transformation each season never fails to catch my eye. Funny how nothing really changes much in Adams County, but the cornfields, they sure have their cycle. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a shadowy shape near the edge where the field meets the road. It was real close to the fence line.
first thought that popped into my head? Probably just a stray farm dog, wandering about, looking for something. Happens sometimes around here. As the truck moved closer, I noticed something unusual about the shape. It wasn't moving like any dog I'd seen. The chill in the air seeped into the cab past the cracked vent window. I checked the side mirror, hoping to catch another look as I moved along. But then, right as I was almost upon it, the figure suddenly stood upright. Just like that. Right there on the road, watching me. I could feel my grip on the steering wheel tighten, and I glanced at the rearview mirror, trying to comprehend what I'd seen. The headlights caught its shadow, but there was no mistaking its shape now. It wasn't any dog I'd ever seen. I pulled up to the plant's gravel lot and stopped. The engine's rumble came to a halt, leaving silence that seemed heavier than before. I climbed out of the truck, and there it was, the figure stepping closer, eyes reflecting in the headlights. They seemed to shine back at me, sharper and more unnatural than any pair of eyes I'd ever encountered. I felt around in my flannel jacket, my fingers brushing against the cold steel of my thermos, then dropped my phone in panic. The device slipped, hitting the pavement with a sickening crack, screen shattering into a spider web of dead pixels. The air was still as I stood there, phone half buried in gravel, utterly useless. I looked up, holding my breath, and I saw it. Those eyes. Caught by the moonlight, they gleamed through the darkness, unmoving, unwavering. That moment hung there in the air, all alone with that figure, and those piercing eyes that seemed to take in everything, yet give nothing away. I was in the small attic room of the old house because my Uncle George had died. They needed someone to sort through his things. My cousins wouldn't do it, and my aunt was too frail. So there I stood, among dusty boxes and forgotten memories, sifting through remnants of a life. The air was musty, and the floorboards creaked with every step. It was the kind of place that made you think of ghosts, though I didn't believe in such things. There was a doll, porcelain-faced and dressed in lace, that sat on a shelf. Its glassy eyes seemed to follow me as I moved about, an irritating reminder of childhood fears. I had always been uneasy around dolls. My father used to scold me for breaking my sister's toys, though I never did. He thought I was lying, that I was guilty of some petty cruelty. His disappointment lingered like a shadow I couldn't shake. As I packed Uncle George's books into boxes, the doll's presence gnawed at me. It was as if it knew something about me, as if it whispered accusations that only I could hear. The room felt colder, and in that chill, a draft brushed past me with a familiarity that spoke of old resentments. I turned away from the doll, dismissing it as mere fancy. I told myself it was just an object, nothing more. Yet, when I glanced back, the doll's head had tilted, its eyes fixed on me with unsettling purpose. I felt exposed beneath its gaze, as if my guilt was a tangible thing laid bare before it. I shook my head, laughing nervously at my own foolishness. It was just a trick of the mind, I reasoned. The light was poor, and the atmosphere played tricks on me. But the feeling persisted, and I couldn't shake it. Something was wrong. Something was watching. I tried to ignore it, to focus on the task at hand. But the doll's presence loomed large, a specter of my past. I was a child again, standing accused of a crime I didn't commit. My hands trembled as I reached for another book, and the silence was filled with an unspoken accusation. I put the book down and faced the doll. I had to know. I had to be sure. The rational part of my mind told me it was absurd, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to confront it, to prove that nothing sinister lurked in its porcelain smile. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached, the doll seemed to lean forward, its eyes bright with malevolent curiosity. I felt a chill run down my spine. It was as if the doll anticipated my movements, as if it was aware of my every thought. I stopped, my breath caught in my throat. The room was filled with a tension that felt alive. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before I picked up the doll. It was lighter than I expected, and as I held it, I could feel my fear mingling with something else, an understanding that the doll was no mere toy. It was a mirror, reflecting my own insecurities, my own guilt. I understood, then, that the unease I felt was not about the doll, but about myself. The doll's head lolled to one side, its eyes fixed on mine, as if daring me to admit the truth I had avoided for so long. I set it down, gently, and felt the weight of my own deception lift, if only slightly. I had a choice to make. I could leave the attic, leave the doll, and continue living a lie. Or I could confront my past, admit my innocence, and let go of the guilt that had haunted me. It was a simple decision, yet profound in its implications. I left the attic that night, the doll's eyes a lingering presence in my mind. I went to my sister, confessed my truth, found a relief I hadn't known I was missing. In that moment, the doll was no longer a threat, but a catalyst for change. When I returned to the attic, the doll sat quietly on the shelf. Its eyes no longer accused me, for I had faced my past and accepted the scars it left behind. I picked up the doll once more, this time without fear, and placed it gently in a box. As I closed the lid, sealing the doll away, I felt a sense of closure. The attic was still, the air lighter, and I realized that the true horror had always been within me. The doll had merely shown me the truth, and in doing so, had set me free. I left the house that night with a sense of peace. The doll, once a symbol of my guilt, was now a part of my past. And though the memory of its eyes lingered, it no longer held power over me. The scar it left was a reminder, not of horror, but of understanding.
The Scream on the Reservation. Lummi Reservation, Bellingham, Washington, September 2009. I want to be clear about something before I start. I'm a professor. I teach at Northwest Indian College on the Lummi Reservation outside of Bellingham, Washington. I study indigenous cultures, indigenous relationships with the natural world. I have degrees, I publish papers. I am not the kind of person who chases after monsters. But I know what I heard, and I know what found me. For several years, I rented a house along Haxton Way on the Lummi Reservation. The road runs east to west and ends near Lummi Point, close to the ferry. My house sat a few feet off the road on the south side. Behind it, maybe 100 yards of heavy, dense woods. And beyond the woods, Lummi Bay. It was a quiet place. The kind of quiet that people who live in cities don't understand. Not the absence of sound, the presence of stillness. You could hear your own breathing out there. September 23rd, 2009, a Tuesday. I had a 5:40 flight out of Bellingham to Seattle, connecting to Durango, Colorado, where I was giving a talk at Fort Lewis College the next day. I was up before 4 in the morning, carrying my travel bags out to the truck in the dark. Cold morning. Crisp.
almost cloudless. The kind of morning where the air feels like glass. I had 1 foot off the porch when it hit me. A scream. A cry. I don't have a better word for it, but neither of those words is right either. It was a vocalization. One long, flowing sound that cut through the silence like a blade. Loud. Not distant loud. Close loud. 50 yards, maybe less, coming from the woods directly behind my house. It lasted about 5 seconds. Then it paused. 2-3 seconds of silence. And repeated itself. Identical. Same pitch, same duration, same impossible volume. Like something had pressed play on the same recording twice. And then every dog within a mile radius lost its mind. The barking came in waves. First the nearest dogs, then the ones farther out, then farther still. A chain reaction of alarm spreading outward from my backyard like ripples in water. What had been absolute silence 5 seconds earlier was now chaos. I turned off my porch lights. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. I sat down in the dark on my porch and I waited. 15 minutes. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I wanted to hear it again. I never did. Whatever made that sound went quiet and stayed quiet. After about 10 minutes, the last of the dogs settled down. The stillness came back. But it was a different kind of stillness now. A watching kind. I'll tell you what went through my mind. The first thought, the immediate reflexive thought before my rational brain could intervene, was, that was a primate. The second thought was, Bigfoot. And the third thought, the one my education tried to supply, was, that's ridiculous. Think of something else. So I tried. I went through every animal I know, every bird, every mammal native to the Pacific Northwest. Coyote? No. Owl? No. Elk? Absolutely not. Cougar? Not even close. I have spent years in the outdoors. I know what the local wildlife sounds like. This was none of them. The closest comparison I can make, and it is a very close comparison, is the howling cry of a howler monkey in the jungles of South America. That deep, resonant, carrying quality. That sense of something with a large chest cavity and a throat built to project sound across distance. Except, there are no howler monkeys in Washington state. I went to Colorado. I gave my talk. I came home. I tried not to think about it. 4 days later, it came back. Saturday, September 27th. I'd been pheasant hunting at Lake Terrell, a few miles from the house. Good day. Came home with 2 nice roosters around noon. To the right of my driveway, there was a small clearing over the septic tank, and at the edge of the woods, I kept a pine log set up for cleaning birds. I'd gut and pluck them there, toss the remains, feathers, entrails, into the tree line for the raccoons and opossums to carry off. I'd done this dozens of times. I had just finished cleaning the first pheasant when the woods in front of me exploded. 20 feet away, maybe less. A tree, not a sapling. A tree with a trunk maybe 10 inches across began swinging violently side to side, as if something enormous had grabbed it and was shaking it like a man shakes a stubborn fence post. Branches snapped. Leaves rained down. Smaller trees around it were being struck, pounded, broken. Then it stopped. For maybe 3 seconds, silence. And then the sound of wood breaking. Loud, deliberate cracks, like someone taking thick branches and snapping them over their knee, or beating the ground with them. I was on my feet, skinning knife in hand. My Labrador, Robin, who had been lying beside me chewing on a pheasant wing, was up too. He didn't growl. He didn't bark. He stared into those woods with an intensity I had never seen in him before. And then, slowly, he began to back up. Toward the house. Without taking his eyes off the tree line. That's what got me. Not the sound, not the shaking tree. the dog. Robin was a lab. Labs don't back away from things. They charge into things. They retrieve things. They are, by breeding and by nature, the dogs that go toward the commotion. Robin was retreating. The shaking started again. The same tree, whipping side to side, more branches falling, more wood cracking. Whatever was doing this was less than 20 feet from where I stood, and I could not see it. The brush was too thick, the foliage too dense. I was staring into a wall of green and hearing something enormous tear it apart, and I could see nothing. I want to be precise about this. Whatever was in those woods was not running away. A startled deer crashes through brush and is gone in seconds. A bear that doesn't want to be near you makes noise as it leaves. This creature was not leaving. It was staying. And the tree shaking, the branch breaking, that was not panic. That was a display. That was a message. The message was, leave. I gathered up my birds, half cleaned, blood on my hands, and I walked to the house, quickly. Robin was already on the porch, waiting for me to open the door. I learned something after those two encounters. I started asking around. My students, Lummi students, Coast Salish students, they weren't surprised at all. Many of them had their own encounters. Almost everyone knew someone who had seen one. The Lummi don't call it Bigfoot. They have their own name, and they don't question whether it exists. To them, that's like questioning whether the rain exists. It's just there. It's always been there. I found out that my house sat in an area well known for sightings. I'd been living in Bigfoot's backyard, and I hadn't known it. But the Lummi knew. They'd always known. I used to think that some mysteries were meant to be solved. I'm not sure I believe that anymore. I think there are things in this world that exist just beyond the edge of what we're able to understand. Things that have been here longer than us and will be here after we're gone. And I think, maybe, the reason we can't prove they exist is because they don't want us to. I still teach. I still go into the woods. But I listen differently now. I pay attention to the silences. Because sometimes, at 3:30 in the morning, the silence breaks open. And what comes out of it changes everything you thought you knew.
I'm not going to pretend I was a good person for doing what I did. I had money, and I wanted to hunt somewhere no one else had hunted. And when every guide at the trading post said no, I found one who needed money badly enough to say yes. That's the truth of it. I bought a man's fear with cash, and what happened after that is something I'll carry until I die. His name was Joseph. I'm using his real name because I think he deserves that. Everyone at the post knew him. Quiet man, late 40s, indigenous, one of the few in the area who still ran trap lines in the deep bush. He had a wife and a daughter in a settlement about 60 miles north. He hadn't had a good season, and when I approached him, he looked at the money the way a drowning person looks at a rope. He didn't want to go. I need to be clear about that. He sat with the offer for 2 days. He asked me 3 times exactly where I wanted to hunt, and each time I pointed to the same area on the map. Far north, past the last lake, into territory that the other guides had called bad country, without explaining why. Each time, Joseph looked at the map and said nothing for a while. On the 3rd day, he said yes. He said it the way someone agrees to surgery. Not with enthusiasm, with resignation. We flew in by float plane and set up camp on the shore of a lake so far north it didn't have a name on any map I owned. The snow was deep, the air was bitter, and the silence was unlike anything I'd experienced. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that makes you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breathing, the blood moving through your ears. We hunted for 3 days and saw nothing. Not a track, not a sign, not a single animal. Joseph said that was unusual. He said these woods should have been full of game. He said it calmly, but I noticed he'd started watching the tree line in a way that had nothing to do with hunting. On the third night, a storm came. We were in the tent, in our bags, and the wind hit without warning. It went from still to screaming in seconds. A howling, tearing sound that shook the tent walls and bent the poles. I could hear trees outside being thrashed. I unzipped the flap to look. The trees were still. Every single one of them. The pines, the birch, the spruce, all of them standing perfectly upright, motionless, as if the air around them was dead calm. But I could hear the wind. I could hear it howling like it was inside my head. And the longer I listened, the less it sounded like wind. It sounded like a voice. Long, drawn out, rising and falling. Syllables stretched to the point of breaking. And the syllables were forming a word. A name. Joseph's name. I closed the flap. I turned to Joseph. He was out of his sleeping bag, pressed into the far corner of the tent, his head buried in his arms. He was shaking. Not shivering, shaking. The way people shake when they're fighting something inside themselves. "Joseph," I said. "What is that?" "Nothing." His voice was muffled by his arms. "It's nothing. Don't listen." The wind, the voice, called again. Louder, closer. I could feel it vibrating in my chest. Joseph's name, pulled apart and stretched until it didn't sound human anymore, until it sounded like something ancient trying to use language it had learned from watching us. "Joseph, talk to me. What's happening?" He lifted his head. His face was wet. His eyes were wide and fixed on something I couldn't see. Something past the tent walls, past the trees, past the lake. Something far away that was getting closer. "It knows I'm here," he said. "It's been waiting." "What has?" He didn't answer. The voice called again, and this time, Joseph flinched like he'd been struck. He got to his feet. His movements were jerky, involuntary, like a marionette being pulled upward by strings. He took a step toward the tent flap. I grabbed him. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him down and held him against the ground. He fought me, not with anger, with desperation. He was trying to go. He needed to go. His body was pulling toward the sound the way iron pulls toward a magnet. "You can't leave me out here," I said. It was a selfish thing to say. I was thinking about myself. I was alone in the wilderness with no guide and no way out, and I was terrified. The voice called again, and Joseph broke free. He was stronger than I expected, or I was weaker, or the thing calling him was pulling harder than I could hold. He tore out of my arms, and he was through the tent flap and running before I could get to my feet. I heard him screaming as he ran. Not my name, not words I recognized. He was screaming about his feet. "They're burning," he cried. "My feet,
They're burning! They're on fire! His voice was moving away from me at a speed that didn't make sense. A person running through deep snow in the dark doesn't move that fast. Nothing moves that fast. His screams got fainter. The words stretched and thinned until they were just sound. A high, agonized wail that rose above the trees and kept rising. And then it was gone. And the wind died, and the silence came back like a door closing. I didn't sleep. I sat in the tent with my rifle across my lap, and I waited for dawn. When the light came, I went after him. His tracks led from the tent into the woods, then down toward the lake. The snow was deep, and at first the tracks were normal. Boot prints, spaced the way a running man's tracks would be spaced. But as I followed them, they changed. The stride lengthened, 10 feet between prints, then 15, then 20. No human being can take strides that long. It was as if something had grabbed him and was carrying him in great, leaping bounds across the snow, his feet touching down only briefly before being pulled back into the air. The tracks went onto the lake. The ice was thick, covered in wind-packed snow, and the prints continued, impossibly far apart, toward the center. I followed them for half a mile. Then they stopped. Not faded, not obscured by wind. Stopped. One last print, deep in the snow, and then nothing. As if he'd been lifted straight up off the ice and into the sky. I stood there for a long time. I looked at the ice around me for a hole, a crack, any sign that he'd fallen through. Nothing. The ice was solid. I looked up. The sky was pale gray, featureless, empty. Then the wind started again. The same howling, the same voice, but fainter now, coming from above, from somewhere in the sky that I couldn't see. And I heard Joseph's voice, distant and broken, still screaming about his feet. Burning! They're burning! The words came from above me, from the clouds, from nowhere, growing fainter until they were less than a whisper, and then gone. I went back to camp. I packed everything. I left food and water for Joseph, a gesture I knew was pointless, but couldn't stop myself from making. Then I started walking south. It took me 11 days to reach the nearest settlement. I lost 15 pounds. I got frostbite on 3 fingers. But I made it. I didn't go back for a year. I told myself I was done. I told myself I'd never go north again. But Joseph's wife deserved to know what happened, even if I couldn't explain it. So the following autumn, I flew back to the trading post. Nobody had seen Joseph. Nobody had heard from him. His wife had reported him missing. A search had been conducted. Nothing was found. I told the men at the post what had happened. The wind, the voice, the tracks on the lake, the screaming from the sky. Most of them listened without expression. One of them, an older man, indigenous, who'd been running the post for decades, said, "It sounds like the Wendigo." He said it casually, the way you'd say, "It sounds like rain," like it was an ordinary thing, a known quantity. I asked him what that meant. He told me. He said the Wendigo comes with the wind. He said it calls your name, and if you answer, it takes you. He said it drags you through the air until your feet burn away, and then more of you than your feet, and then it drops what's left from the sky. He told me this the way someone describes a weather pattern. Matter of fact, unadorned. Then he went back to what he was doing. I stayed at the post for a few days, trying to arrange another flight. On the third evening, I was sitting by the stove when someone came in from the cold. A man, wrapped in a heavy blanket, wearing a hat pulled low. He sat down by the fire without speaking. There was something familiar about him. The way he sat, the shape of his shoulders. A way of holding himself that I recognized from weeks of sitting across a campfire from the same person. I stood up. My mouth was dry. I walked over to him. "Joseph?" I said. He didn't answer. "Joseph, is that you?" Nothing. No movement. No acknowledgement. The fire popped. The men at the post had gone quiet. Everyone was watching. "Are you all right?" I said. I was standing right next to him. I couldn't see his face under the hat. His hands were hidden in the blanket. He was perfectly still. The same kind of still as the trees that night. Still in a way that living things aren't still. I reached out and lifted the brim of his hat. "I need to stop here. I need a moment." There was no face. There was nothing under the hat that had ever been a face. What was there? What was sitting in the chair by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, wearing a dead man's clothes? Was ash. Gray, fine, still warm. A small pile of it, sitting on the collar of the coat where a neck and a head should have been. As I watched, a draft from the stove caught it, and the ash scattered across the floor and was gone. The blanket collapsed. The hat fell. The coat settled into the empty chair like a skin that had been shed. Nobody in the room moved. Nobody spoke. The fire crackled. The wind outside picked up for a moment, then died. The old man behind the counter looked at the empty chair for a long time. Then he looked at me. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The expression on his face said everything. You brought him back. Or something brought him back. And what came back wasn't him. I left the next morning. I have not been north since. I have not been hunting since. I moved to a city in the south, where the trees are small and spread apart, and the wind is warm and doesn't sound like anything except wind. But some nights, November nights, when the air turns cold and the dark comes early, I hear it. Faint, far away. Not the howling, not Joseph's screams, just the wind, and underneath the wind, something that might be a voice, and underneath the voice, something that might be a name. Not Joseph's name. Mine. Back in August of 1983, I was living just outside of Pitchen, Ohio. It was around 9:30, maybe creeping up on 10 at night, and it was dark. My car was parked down by the barn, and we had a nightlight between the barn and the house. I lived in a farmhouse, and when I stepped out, I turned around the hut shrubs and kept walking. Then I almost walked right into this creature. It was all black, and the smell was just ungodly. If the light hadn't been on, I would have walked straight into it. All I could see were its black eyes squinting at me. It was down in a crouched position, and I was only 2.5, maybe 3 feet from it. I was terrified. The creature had pointed ears, a fat snout, not long ones, and long hair on its head and shoulders that continued down the middle of its back. The rest of the hair was short. Its tail was half a tail, but wide. The legs were like a dog's, but it had human arms and shoulders. The claws were black, and I thought I was going to die. I started backing up, asking God to get me out of this situation. As I backed away, my feet hit the concrete, but I kept my eye on it. Then it grinned at me, and that grin took my fear to another level. I managed to get back into the house, trying to move a gas stove in front of the door, but you can't really move those things. My parents heard the commotion and jumped up. When I couldn't move the stove, I grabbed a kitchen chair and wedged it under the handle. My dad reached for his weapon, a .22 Ruger, but I stopped him, saying, "That ain't gonna do nothing." He asked what I saw, and I blurted out, "A hyena, a wolverine, a werewolf. It's a werewolf, Dad." He insisted werewolves weren't real, and I challenged him to go out and tell it that himself. We dropped it, and whatever I had planned for that night, I no longer wanted to go. I stayed home. The next night, my uncle and aunt came over to play cards with my mom and dad. I went upstairs to watch TV in my room, and suddenly, the smell hit me again. It was back, and I heard something climbing the tree outside my window. Dogs don't climb trees, but I could hear claws digging into the bark. I grabbed my shotgun and some slugs, ran downstairs, expecting to catch my dad and uncle still at the kitchen table. But they were already outside, weapons in hand, because of what happened the night before. As I ran out the kitchen door, they rushed back in, pushing me inside, saying, "You're not going outside." I asked if they had seen it, and they confirmed. My dad called game warden Morton O'Hold Blackwood, and he came out Sunday morning. He saw where it climbed the tree, where it jumped from the tree into the cornfield about 35 to 40 yards, knocking down corn stalks. There were prints, dog prints, around 3 or 4 inches deep in the dirt where it landed. He saw where it turned right and ran down the cornfield. Blackwood covered up the tracks, came back, and told us we didn't see anything. He warned us to drop it, or they'd make our lives miserable.
The jack-in-the-box had been in Daniel's room for as long as anyone could remember. It didn't belong to him. It belonged to the house. That's what his mother used to say. It sat on the wooden chair in the corner, lid closed, metal crank still. The painted clown on its lid had a red smile too wide for its small face. The eyes were bright blue. Too bright. The kind of blue that seemed to follow you if you moved across the room. Daniel hated it. Every night before bed, he checked the chair. Still there. Lid closed, crank hanging down like a limp finger. He would stare at it for a few seconds, then turn off the light. The first time it wasn't there, it was raining. Hard. The kind of storm that shakes the gutters and makes tree branches scratch against the siding like fingernails. Daniel woke up because the power flickered. His nightlight blinked off. On, off again. The room went dark. He turned toward the chair. The outline was there. But something was wrong. The lid was open. The clown was gone. The box sat empty. The crank was spinning slowly. Click, click, click. No music. Just the dry turning of metal. Daniel pulled the blanket up to his chin. It fell, he whispered to himself. It fell on the floor. He leaned over the side of the bed to look. He shouldn't have. The flashlight beam from the street outside barely reached under the bed, but it was enough. He saw nothing at first. Then he saw 2 shoes, bright red, tiny, placed neatly side by side, facing outward. He froze. A drop of water from the leaking ceiling hit the floor beside the bed. Drip. He heard breathing, slow, measured. The shoes shifted, not sliding, lifting, 1 inch off the floor,
then setting down again. The mattress dipped slightly near his feet. Not enough to feel fully, enough to notice. The breathing moved closer to the edge of the bed. Daniel tried to pull his legs up. Something grabbed his ankle. Cold. Gloved. The grip tightened. He screamed and kicked. The bed frame rattled. The hand didn't let go. It pulled. He slid down the mattress inch by inch, nails scraping the sheet. His head reached the edge, and he saw it. The clown wasn't small anymore. It filled the space beneath the bed. Its body bent in ways joints shouldn't bend, folded like a spider ready to spring. The red smile stretched across a face that had cracked along the porcelain, revealing something dark and slick underneath. Its blue eyes were no longer painted. They blinked. Slowly. The gloved hand yanked him downward. He slammed against the floor. The clown's other hand clamped over his mouth. The smell hit him first. Rust and damp wood. Its face hovered inches from his. The painted smile didn't move, but the mouth beneath the paint did. "You forgot to wind me," it whispered. The crank on the chair began turning faster. Click, 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 click. The storm outside roared louder, but it didn't drown out the sound. Daniel felt something brush against his chest. He looked down. A thin metal rod extended from the clown's torso. The jack mechanism. But it wasn't springing outward. It was winding inward, pulling him closer. The space beneath the bed widened impossibly, stretching deeper into darkness. He saw shapes down there. Other toys. Other things. Stacked. Still. Watching. The clown's eyes rolled back for a moment, then snapped forward again. The mattress above him shifted, as if something else had climbed onto it. Daniel twisted his head just enough to see. On top of the bed, under the flickering lightning, he saw himself. Still asleep, covers tucked to his chin, breathing calmly. The version of him beneath the bed screamed into the gloved hand. The clown leaned closer. "You get one night," it said softly. "Then you sit in the chair." The storm cut the power completely. The room went black. In the darkness, the clicking stopped. In the morning, Daniel's mother found him in bed, sleeping peacefully. But something was different. The jack-in-the-box sat on the chair, lid closed, crank still, and the clown painted on top looked slightly larger, the smile slightly wider. That night, when she turned off the light and checked on him one last time, she noticed something else. Daniel hadn't blinked. Not once. And from the corner of the room, faint and patient, came the slow turn of a metal crank. Click. The Siege at Ape Canyon, Mount St. Helens, Washington, July 1924. I kept quiet about this for 43 years. People can call me whatever they want. A liar, a fool, a man who saw things that weren't there. I know what happened to us on that mountain. I was there. I have the scars to prove it. And I am not the kind of man who makes up stories. There were 5 of us. Me, Marion Smith, his son Roy, Gabe Lefevre, and John Peterson. We'd been prospecting for gold in the Mount St. Helens country for 6 years. Hard country. Remote. The kind of land where you don't see another human being for weeks at a time. We had a claim called the Vanderwhite, 2 miles east of the mountain, near a deep canyon. We'd built a log cabin below Pumice Butte. Nothing fancy. 4 walls, a door, a roof with a hole cut for the stovepipe. It kept the rain off. That was enough. The trouble started about a week before the attack. Every night, right around dark, we'd hear it. Thumping. Deep, heavy thumps. Like a big man beating his fists against his own chest. And then the whistling. Sharp, shrill whistles coming from the ridgelines on either side of us. One whistle from the east, an answer from the west. Back and forth, like a conversation. We didn't know what to make of it. We told ourselves it was wind through the rocks, or maybe some bird we hadn't heard before. But none of us believed that. Not really. Then we started finding the footprints. 14 inches long. Shaped like a man's foot, but wider, deeper. Pressed 4 inches into the hard ground around the springs and trails. Whatever made those prints was heavy. Far heavier than any man. We found them everywhere. Around the spring, along the creek, once right outside the cabin door. After that, we started carrying our rifles with us. Everywhere. Even to get water. It was on one of those water runs that Marion and I saw the first one. We were at the spring, maybe 100 yards from the cabin. Marion stopped dead, raised his rifle, and yelled. I turned and looked. On the other side of the spring, standing next to a big pine tree, was a creature. 7 feet tall, maybe more. Covered in blackish brown hair, head to foot. It stood upright like a man. It had seen us the same moment we'd seen it, and it stepped behind the tree. Quick, deliberate, and then leaned back out from the side, peering at us. Marion fired 3 times. I saw the bark fly off that tree with each shot. At 100 yards, I saw the bark fly. But the creature was not hit. It pulled back behind the tree and vanished. A minute later, we spotted it again. 200 yards down the little canyon, running. Running upright, fast, the way no bear runs. I raised my rifle and fired 3 shots. I missed. It disappeared into the timber, and we did not see it again. We hurried back to the cabin and told the others. Nobody argued. Nobody said we were seeing things. We all agreed we would leave at first light. We should have left right then. Around midnight, something hit the cabin wall so hard it knocked the chinking loose between the logs. Chunks of dried mud and moss rained down onto Marion where he slept. We were all on our feet in seconds, rifles in hand. Through the gaps where the chinking had fallen out, we could see them. 3 of them. Grouped together in the dark, maybe 30 feet from the cabin. Big, massive shoulders, long arms, standing upright. They were picking up rocks. Not pebbles, rocks, and hurling them at the walls. Then they started pounding. Fists against the logs. The whole cabin shook. I could feel it in my teeth. One of them got onto the roof. I don't know how. The roof was 8 feet off the ground. But it was up there, jumping, stomping, trying to cave it in. The logs groaned. Dust and splinters rained down on us. Marion and I aimed up through the stovepipe hole and fired. The shots were deafening inside that small cabin. The creature jumped down off the roof, and the pounding on the walls started again, harder. Roy, Gabe, and John were at the door. One of them, the biggest one, was ramming its body against it. The door was buckling inward. The 3 men threw their weight against it, but it wasn't enough. They tore boards off one of the bunk beds and braced them across the door frame. 3 men and a wall of lumber against whatever was on the other side. It held. Barely. Then a hand came through the wall. One of them had found a gap in the chinking wide enough to reach an arm through. A massive arm, covered in dark hair, with a hand that wrapped around the handle of an axe leaning against the inside wall. It was trying to pull the axe out through the gap. I lunged forward and grabbed the axe handle, and for a moment I was in a tug of war with this thing, its hand and mine on the same piece of wood. I could feel the strength in that grip. It was like fighting a machine. Marion put his rifle against the gap and fired. The creature let go and yanked its arm back through the wall. The attack lasted 5 hours. 5 hours of rocks hitting the walls and the roof. 5 hours of pounding and ramming and those god-awful thumping sounds from the darkness. 5 hours of us burning through ammunition, firing through every crack and gap we could find. When dawn came, it stopped. Not gradually, it just stopped, like someone had thrown a switch. The thumping ceased. The rocks stopped falling. We stood there in the silence, 5 men covered in dust and sweat, ears ringing from the gunfire, and listened to nothing. We waited. We waited a long time. Then we pulled the boards off the door and stepped outside with our rifles up. The ground around the cabin was torn up. Rocks everywhere. On the roof, against the walls, scattered across the clearing. The chinking was knocked out in a dozen places. The door frame was splintered where they'd rammed it. I looked toward the canyon rim, about 80 yards away, and I saw one of them, standing there, watching us leave. I raised my rifle and fired 3 times. The third shot hit. I saw it stagger. It stumbled backward, arms reaching, and went over the edge. 400 feet straight down into the gorge. I heard it hit the bottom. We didn't go look. We didn't pack our equipment. We didn't take our supplies. We left the gold claim, 6 years of work, and we walked out of that canyon and we never went back. Marion reported what happened to a ranger at Spirit Lake. I went home to Kelso. Somehow the story got out to the newspapers, and the next thing we knew, people were flooding into the mountains with rifles, calling it the Great Ape Hunt of 1924. They named the gorge Ape Canyon. It's still called that today. They never found the body at the bottom. They never found the creatures. They found our cabin and the rocks and the damage, but nothing else. I want you to understand something. We abandoned a gold claim. A working gold claim that we had spent 6 years developing. No prospector walks away from gold unless he has a very good reason. We had 5. Those things are still up there. I believe that with every bone in my body. And on May 18th, 1980, when Mount St. Helens blew itself apart, I thought, just for a moment, maybe the mountain buried them. Maybe it's over. But I know better. Whatever they are, they were there before us. They'll be there after us. And if you ever find yourself in those woods at night, and you hear whistling from the ridgeline, one call and then an answer, you get out. You don't wait for morning. You get out right then. Because morning might not come fast enough. Found among the personal effects of a deceased resident of Roseau, Minnesota. Date of origin unknown. Entries span approximately 1883 to 1921. The diary was donated to the County Historical Society and subsequently lost. The following are transcribed excerpts. November 14th. I have decided to keep a record, not because I think anyone will read it, but because I need to see the pattern on paper. When it lives only in my head, I can tell myself I'm imagining it. When it's written down, in ink, in order, I cannot. The first time was 3 winters ago. I was coming home from the Halverson farm after dark. The road runs along the tree line for about a quarter mile before you reach town, and I was walking fast because it was cold. 10 below, maybe colder, and I wanted to be inside. I saw it at the edge of the pines. A shape. Tall, thin, pale enough to stand out against the dark trees behind it. I stopped. I told myself it was a birch trunk, bare and white, catching whatever light the sky had left. But birch trees don't stand at the edge of pine forests on that stretch of road. I know that road. I've walked it my whole life. It was there for maybe 5 seconds. Then it moved. Not quickly, not with urgency, just a slow shift backward into the trees, as if it had been seen and didn't mind, as if being seen was the point. 2 days later, Carl Engstrom was found dead in his barn. Heart gave out, they said. He was 41, healthy man, no history of illness, just dead, sitting upright against a hay bale, eyes open. I didn't connect the two events. Not then. January 22nd. It's back. Mrs. Lundgren saw it last night from her kitchen window. She described it before I said a word about what I'd seen. Tall, thin, white or gray, standing at the far end of her field near the tree line. She said it stood there for several minutes, motionless, and then it turned and walked into the trees. She said the walk was wrong. The legs moved in a way that didn't look like walking. She said it looked like something pretending to walk, something that had seen a person walk and was doing its best imitation. I asked if she was certain. She gave me a look that ended the question. This morning, the Peterson boy was found in the creek, 11 years old. They said he must have wandered out in the night and slipped on the ice. But the Peterson house is a half-mile from that creek, and the boy was wearing his night clothes. No coat, no boots, in January. As if something had called him out of bed and led him there. 2 sightings, 2 deaths, both within days. I haven't told anyone about the pattern. I don't know how to say it without sounding like a fool. March 9th. A quiet winter since January. No sightings, no deaths beyond the ordinary. I've been asking the Ojibwe families who trade in town about the creature. Most of them go quiet when I bring it up. One old woman, I won't write her name, told me in a tone that suggested I should already know this, that the thing I described is a Wendigo. She said it comes before death the way thunder comes before rain. She said it doesn't cause the death. It knows the death is coming. It comes to feed on the grief. I asked her what it feeds on. She looked at me for a long time, and then she said, "Not the body." I asked what she meant. She shook her head and went back to her work. October 3rd. Eric Dahl saw it. He was out checking his trap line at dusk, and it was standing in a clearing about 100 yards from him. He said it was taller than any man he'd ever seen, and so thin that from the side it nearly disappeared. He said it turned its head toward him, slowly, the way an owl turns its head, more rotation than a human neck should allow, and he saw its face. He wouldn't describe the face. He just said it wasn't finished. I asked him what that meant. He said it looked like a face that was still being made, like something halfway between what it used to be and what it was becoming. Eric came to my house and told me this over coffee, and his hands were shaking so badly that the cup rattled against the saucer. 3 days later, his wife died in her sleep. She was 36. No illness, no warning. She went to bed and didn't wake up. Eric left town the following week. I don't know where he went. I don't think he knows either. December 25th. Christmas. The town gathered at the church. Hymns, candles, the smell of pine boughs. Afterward, we stood outside in the snow and wished each other well, and the children ran between the adults, and everything felt, for a moment, normal. I looked at the tree line behind the church. Nothing there. Just trees and snow and the flat gray sky. But I looked. That's the thing. I always look now. Every tree line, every field, every window after dark. I scan for the shape, the way a sailor scans for rocks. It has become the first thing I do when I step outside, and the last thing I do before I close the curtains. I don't know if I'm watching for it or watching because of it. I don't know if the looking is caution or if the looking is what it wants. February 18th. The Nilsson twins are dead. Diphtheria. They were 4 years old. Reverend Holmes saw the creature 3 nights before, standing in the cemetery behind the church. He told me privately, after the funeral, his voice barely above a whisper. He said it was standing among the headstones, looking down at the ground as if reading the names. He said it stood there for a long time, and then it raised its head and looked directly at the parsonage, directly at the window where he was watching. He said he drew the curtain and prayed, and when he looked again, it was gone. I told him about the pattern, the sightings, the deaths. I showed him this diary. He read it without speaking. When he finished, he closed the book and handed it back and said, "I think you should stop writing this down." I asked why. He said, "Because I think it knows you're keeping count." September 1901. I have not written in some time. Years. I kept the diary in a drawer and told myself the pattern had ended. There were no sightings for several years. Deaths occurred, as deaths do in any small town, but they were explicable. Age, illness, accident, the ordinary machinery of mortality. Then last week, Peter Bjornstad saw it on the road south of town. Same description. Tall, thin, pale, standing at the tree line in the last light of the day, watching the road. Peter is a steady man, not given to fancies. He told me calmly, directly, and then he said, "I thought you should know, seeing as you keep track. I didn't know anyone knew about the diary." The following day, the Kowalski infant died. Crib death, they called it. The pattern has not ended. It paused. November 1904. 2 sightings this autumn. The Gustafson boy saw it near the mill. Anna Lindgren saw it crossing the field behind her house at dawn. She said it moved through the snow without leaving tracks, which I have not heard before and which I cannot explain. Old Henrik Johansson died the day after Anna's sighting. 91 years old, so perhaps that death was simply his time. But the timing, always the timing. I've been counting. Since I began this diary, I have recorded 9 sightings. 9 deaths have followed, each within 1 to 4 days. I am aware that people die, and that in a small town, deaths are noticed. I am aware that correlation is not causation. I am aware of all the rational objections. I am also aware that 9 for 9 is not coincidence. April 1911. I am 63 years old. I have kept this diary for nearly 30 years. The creature has appeared 11 times that I know of. 11 deaths have followed. I no longer try to explain it to people. Those who have seen it understand. Those who haven't think I'm an old man losing his grip. I accept both of these realities. But I have noticed something new, and I want to record it. The sightings are getting closer to town. The first sighting, 30 years ago, was at the far edge of the tree line, a quarter-mile from the nearest building. The most recent was behind the church, within the town limits. Whatever this thing is, It is not staying in the woods. It is approaching. Slowly, over decades, but approaching. I don't know what happens when it reaches the center. January 1917. It stood in the street last night. Martin Dahl, Eric's nephew, one of the few who stayed, saw it from his window. He said it was standing in the middle of the main road, between the general store and the post office, at 2 a.m. He said it was taller than the awning. He said it stood there for several minutes, and then it walked. That wrong walk, that imitation, north, toward the edge of town, and disappeared. The widow Carlson died the next morning, found in her chair by the stove. The expression on her face, Martin said, was not peaceful. It is in the town now. October 1921. I am 73. I am tired. This will be my last entry. I saw it myself last night, for the second time in my life. The first time was 38 years ago, on the road from the Halverson farm. I was a young man then, and I told myself it was a tree. Last night, I looked out my bedroom window, and it was standing in my yard. 10 feet from my house, facing my window. Tall and pale, and impossibly thin, and completely still. The moon was bright enough that I could see it clearly, and I will tell you what I saw. Because after 38 years of recording other people's descriptions, I owe the record my own. It was not an animal. It was not a man. It was something that had been a man a long time ago and had kept going after the man was used up. The body was a frame, bones and skin stretched over hunger, nothing else. The face was what Eric Dahl described 20 years ago, unfinished. Features that suggested a human face, the way a mask suggests a face, without any of the life behind it. And the eyes. I had never been close enough to see the eyes before. They were open, and they were looking at me, and they held nothing. Not malice, not curiosity, not intelligence. Just appetite. A vast, cold, permanent appetite that had no bottom and no end. I stood at the window, and it stood in my yard, and we looked at each other for a long time. I was not afraid. I have been afraid of this thing for 38 years. And last night, standing at my window, the fear was simply gone. What replaced it was something quieter. Recognition, maybe. An understanding between us that needed no words. It knows I've been writing about it. Reverend Holm was right. It has known all along. And it has come at last, not for someone else in town, but for the person who has been keeping count. I am not going to run. I am 73 years old, and I have buried 2 wives and 4 friends, and I have watched this town live under the shadow of something it cannot name. And I am tired. I will leave this diary in the drawer of my writing desk. Whoever finds it will make of it what they will. They will believe it or they won't. The pattern will continue or it won't. The creature will come again, or it will move on to some other place, some other town, some other person foolish enough to start counting. But I want the record to be complete. So here is the last entry. Here is the final number.
13 sightings. 13 deaths. Mine will be the 14th. The diary's author was found deceased in his home on October 19th, 1921. Cause of death was recorded as heart failure. No subsequent sightings of the creature were reported in the Roseau area. The road's slick, truth be told, with the rain from last night still hanging on those stubborn leaves, making each turn a challenge. Midnight came and went, and I was hours into the drive, trying to keep my eyes and mind from drifting off into thoughts of home and Ma's turkey. Thanksgiving's just around the corner, and I reckon it's been far too long since I had a proper family meal, table full and laughter echoing. These loose county roads, all mud and potholes, they're full of character, but you gotta keep your wits about you navigating them. My old Peterbilt 379, she hums a steady tune beneath me, a comfort like the lull of a familiar melody when the radio's not cutting out on my Hank Williams tunes. Smells of wet pine mix with the perpetual diesel aroma, strange as it sounds. It's a sort of perfume for a night driver like me. Ain't no soul in sight at this hour, headlights punching holes in the dark, but that's the way I like it. Luce County falls silent once you leave the main roads, out here in the back of Beyond. I scan the shoulder out of habit, and there it is. Another truck stopped to the side. Probably another driver resting a spell. Us drivers, we find camaraderie in shared challenges, don't need to see a face to know a kindred spirit. As my wheels crunch closer, something about that truck catches my eye. It ain't parked. It looks older, rusted like it's seen a few decades without a good fix-up. Odd. Ain't no driver near it neither, standing like a ghost left to rot. I ease up on the gas, looking around, wondering if the fella's taking a leak in the trees or some such. Then, it hits me. This scraping sound, metal on metal, or nails on a chalkboard echoing from the direction of that hunk of rust. It's not the wind, nor any critter I know. I grip the wheel tighter, every muscle tense. You don't expect company on this kind of road, not at 2:30 in the dead of night. It's like the world stops, me and that noise, crawling up my spine. My headlights catch movement. Something steps out onto the road. It's one of those tall forms you hear about but never see. Limbs stretched out too far, eyes reflecting the light with an unsettling glow. My breath catches in my throat, constricts near choking. I slam my foot down on the pedal, the Peterbilt lurching forward with a roar. My hand fumbles for the radio, trying to make connection, but my words are out before static swallows them. The figure's form stretches and shifts, larger now, closing in through the rear view like a specter that defies the very laws of nature. Damn radio goes silent, leaving a low growl humming through the speakers, like the night itself finding voice. Heart pounding, I force myself to focus on the road ahead, trees rushing past in a blur. I don't look back, but the image keeps burning in my mind, those eyes, glowing against the black, trailing me. It's a sight that sticks, regardless of how far I drive or how fast. Down that endless road, engine roaring and my heart with it, the memory of the creature lingers, eyes in the mirror, a constant reminder of the night the dark decided to show its face.
When my son swallowed the action figure's hand, I thought that was the worst part of it. I was wrong. The figure came from a gas station clearance bin. Cheap plastic, armored soldier, painted snarl. The packaging had been torn open and retaped. Someone had written a name on the cardboard backing in black marker. Marrow. My son, Caleb, loved it instantly. Carried it everywhere, slept with it clutched in his fist. 3 days later, I found him in the kitchen crying, holding the figure. The left hand was missing. There was red on his lips. He swore he didn't bite it. I assumed he had. We spent 6 hours in the ER while doctors monitored him. The X-ray showed a small shape in his stomach. They told me it would pass. It didn't. Instead, Caleb started changing. He began standing in corners, not as punishment, by choice. He would press his forehead lightly against the wall and stay there, unmoving, for minutes at a time. When I asked what he was doing, he said, "Listening." Listening to what? The marching. That night, I woke to the sound of something dragging across the hardwood floor. Slow. Plastic against wood. I stepped into the hallway. The action figure stood upright in the center of the floor, balanced perfectly on its tiny boots. It had never been able to stand like that before. Its left arm ended in a jagged stump. The head turned, just slightly, toward Caleb's bedroom. I went to pick it up. It felt warm, almost body temperature. The plastic along the stump had softened, as if something had been growing there. Caleb stopped eating solid food. He said it made the marching louder. He preferred water. He drank constantly. One afternoon, I heard him gagging in the bathroom. I forced the door open. He was hunched over the toilet, shaking. Something small clattered into the bowl. I leaned in. It was the action figure's missing hand. Clean, undigested, perfectly intact. Caleb looked at me with wide eyes. "They gave it back," he whispered. I flushed it immediately. That night, I found the hand on my pillow, attached to the figure, seamless, whole. The marching grew louder. I heard it in the vents, in the pipes, inside the walls. Tiny, synchronized thuds, thousands of them, in rhythm. Caleb began waking at exactly 1:19 a.m. every night. He would sit up in bed, stiff-backed, eyes open. I filmed him once. When I played it back, I saw something I hadn't noticed in the moment. His right hand was moving. Small, deliberate motions, like he was saluting. The action figure changed again. The painted snarl had deepened. The plastic around the joints darkened, as if stained from within. And its eyes. They used to be flat black dots. Now they had depth, gloss, pupils. I locked it in the glove compartment of my car. I drove to the river outside town and threw it in. I watched it sink. The water swallowed it completely. I drove home shaking, telling myself it was over. When I opened Caleb's bedroom door that night, he was standing at attention in the center of the room. The action figure rested on his shoulder, balanced, whole. Water dripped from its boots onto the carpet. Caleb's mouth moved. The voice that came out carried a metallic echo. "You will not desert." The marching erupted all at once. The walls trembled. The floor vibrated. And then I felt it. Inside my chest. A tiny, synchronized pounding. My heartbeat shifted, matched the rhythm. Left, right. Left, right. Caleb lifted his hands slowly in salute. The action figure's head turned toward me. Its plastic chest cracked open along a thin seam. Inside, I saw movement. Rows upon rows of miniature figures, each one identical, each one marching in place. And inside their hollow chests, something pink, wet, beating. Caleb smiled. "You swallowed one too," he said. I tried to argue, tried to breathe, but my pulse had already aligned. Left, right. left, right. I could feel them now. Tiny boots striking the inside of my ribs, in formation, waiting for orders. The action figure raised its hand, and somewhere inside me, something saluted back. They were here before us. North America. 1721 to the present. And long before that. We've been telling you stories, one encounter at a time, one witness at a time, stretched across 100 years and a dozen states. But I want to step back now. I want to show you something that most Bigfoot videos don't. I want to show you how old this really is. Before Roger Patterson brought his camera to Bluff Creek, the creature was already old. Before Fred Beck fired his rifle at Ape Canyon, it was already old. Before Albert Ostman was carried through the mountains in his sleeping bag, before William Rowe sat on his rock and watched it eat wild cherry leaves, before the first white settler set foot on this continent, it was already here. And the people who were here first already knew its name. Not one name, dozens of names, hundreds maybe. Because every culture that has lived on this land, from the Arctic to the Everglades, has a word for the same thing. The Lummi people of the Pacific Northwest call them Tsemeques. The stories vary from family to family. What they eat, where they live, how they behave, but the existence of the creature itself is not debated. A professor at Northwest Indian College, who lived on the Lummi Reservation and heard one scream at 3:30 in the morning, asked his students about it afterward. They weren't surprised. Almost everyone knew someone who had seen one. To them, questioning whether Tsemeques exists would be like questioning whether the rain exists. The Stitziles Nation of British Columbia call them Saskets, the hairy man. That word, anglicized by a Canadian Indian agent named J.W. Burns in 1929, became Sasquatch. The name that half the world uses today for this creature is a Coast Salish word. We borrowed it. We borrowed their knowledge, their experience, their 10,000 years of coexistence with something we've only been arguing about for 70. The Cherokee of the Appalachian Mountains tell of Sulkalu, the slant-eyed giant, the lord of the game. He lives in the high places, in the gaps and the balds, where the ridgelines meet the sky. He is not a monster in their stories. He is a being of power, a keeper of balance, something that was here when the mountains were young. The Ojibwe of the northern plains speak of the Rougarou, a hairy apparition that appears in times of danger, a messenger of warning, telling mankind to change its ways. The Seminole and Miccosukee of Florida call it Esti Kapkaki, the furry tall man, the protector of the forest. They've been seeing it in the Everglades for centuries. The Dena'ina of Alaska call it Nantina, those who steal people. The word that gave us Nantinaq, the creature that emptied the town of Portlock. The Yokuts of Central California described a being they called the hairy man, a giant covered in long, shaggy hair, who ate the animals that might harm people. Parents told their children not to go near the river at night, or they might encounter him. The Alutiiq, the Tlingit, the Yupik, the Chinook. Nation after nation, tribe after tribe, language after language. The same creature described with different words. The oldest written account in English comes from 1721. A Jesuit priest was living with the Natchez people in the region that is now Mississippi. He reported stories told by the tribe of hairy creatures that lived in the forest. They screamed loudly. They stole livestock. They were large, bipedal, and they did not want to be seen. 1721. That is more than 300 years ago. More than 50 years before the Declaration of Independence. The United States did not exist yet, and people were already telling stories about this creature. In 1818, newspapers in what is now Apalachicola, Florida, reported a man-sized monkey that raided food stores and stalked fishermen along the shore. The first published skunk ape sighting, 208 years ago. In 1840, a Protestant missionary named Reverend Elkanah Walker was living near Spokane, in what would become Washington State. He recorded stories told to him by the native people of the area. Stories of giants who lived on and around the peaks of the nearby mountains. These giants, they said, stole salmon from the fishermen's nets. They came down from the peaks at night and took what they needed, and then they went back up into the places where humans could not follow. Walker wrote it down. He didn't know what to make of it. He was a man of God, not a man of cryptozoology. But he wrote it down, and it survived, and when you read his account today, 186 years later, you recognize immediately what the Spokane people were describing. The same creature, the same behavior, the same mountain territory, the same quiet coexistence, punctuated by theft and avoidance. In 1929, J.W. Burns collected stories from the Stasilas Nation and published them in Maclean's magazine under the title Introducing BC's Hairy Giants. One of the accounts described a tribal member's encounter with a hairy wild woman who could speak the language of the Douglas fir people. Not a beast, a person. A different kind of person, living in the spaces between the places humans claimed. 16th century Spanish explorers on the California coast told stories of the Dark Watchers, large creatures that stalk their camps at night, standing motionless on the ridge lines, watching. Every expedition, every settlement, every wave of people who came to this continent found the same stories waiting for them, told by the people who were already here. And here is the thing that most Bigfoot discussions miss entirely. These are not fringe beliefs held by a handful of superstitious individuals. These are core cultural narratives shared across dozens of nations spanning thousands of miles, maintained through oral traditions for hundreds of generations. The consistency is remarkable. Not identical, because these are different peoples in different landscapes, but structurally consistent. Large, bipedal, hair-covered, intelligent, powerful, territorial, nocturnal, or crepuscular, avoidant of humans, but capable of aggression when provoked, possessed of a smell that announces their presence. If one culture told this story, you might call it mythology. When every culture on a continent tells the same story independently for millennia, you have to at least consider the possibility that they're describing something real. The Western scientific establishment has spent 70 years trying to prove or disprove the existence of a creature that indigenous peoples have known about for 10,000. We approach it as a mystery to be solved. They approach it as a neighbor to be respected. Maybe the difference isn't about evidence. Maybe it's about listening. A Lummi student, when asked by her professor whether Bigfoot was real, didn't argue. She didn't present evidence, she just looked at him the way you'd look at someone who asked if the mountains were real, and said nothing. Because some things don't require proof. Some things just require attention. The creature you've been hearing about tonight, in Oregon and Washington and British Columbia and Alaska and Virginia and Ohio and Florida and California, has been here longer than any of us, longer than our cities, longer than our roads, longer than our languages. It was here before the Jesuits came. It was here before the missionaries came. It was here before the prospectors and the loggers and the highway builders and the trail cameras and the podcasts and the television crews. It will be here after all of that is gone. The only question is whether we're willing to listen to the people who have been telling us this for 10,000 years.
I've only told this story twice.
Once to the nuns who kept me after it happened. They didn't believe me. Once to the Army recruiter who asked me why I wanted to enlist. He didn't believe me either. But he signed me up anyway because I think he could see in my face that I needed to be somewhere with walls and weapons and other men who knew how to fight. I'm telling it now because I'm old. And my brother deserves to be remembered by someone other than me. And because the thing that killed him is still out there, and someone should know what it looks like. My brother's name was Caleb. He was 4 years older than me. He was the one who taught me to shoot, to track, to read the woods the way you read a letter. Every broken branch a word, every track a sentence. He was built like our father, broad and quiet, the kind of man who didn't speak unless the words were necessary. I was 16 the night it happened. Caleb was 20. We were making rounds on the property, checking fence lines, looking for signs of predators near the livestock. It was late, maybe 11, and we were cutting through the woods on the way home when we came into a clearing by the creek. The blood was the first thing. It was everywhere. On the grass, on the bark of the trees, in the water. It looked black in the moonlight. At first, I thought wolves. We'd had trouble with a mixed pack that season. Wolf-dog crosses that were bold enough to take down penned animals. But this wasn't a wolf kill. 3 deer. A den of them, bedded down in the clearing. Something had hit them in their sleep. The bodies were torn apart, not eaten, not scavenged, destroyed. A head here, a haunch there. A rib cage cracked open and emptied and thrown 10 feet from the rest of the body. Predators don't do that. Predators kill to eat. Whatever did this killed because it wanted to. Caleb knelt beside the nearest carcass and studied it for a long time. He had the musket. I had a knife and a flintlock pistol with 3 shots. He looked at me and told me to go home. I said no. I wasn't walking 2 miles through the woods alone, with whatever had done this still out there. He tried to insist. I wouldn't move. Finally, he nodded, and we started tracking. It wasn't hard. The blood trail was wide and continuous. Either the thing was bleeding from something it had carried, or it had dragged a carcass behind it for a mile. We followed the trail through the trees, musket up, moving slow. That's when the woods went wrong. The sounds started first. Not the thing we were tracking, the animals. Everything in those woods woke up at once. Birds, at midnight, birds, erupted from the canopy in flocks so panicked they flew into branches and fell. I heard deer crashing through brush, foxes screaming, raccoons, rabbits, squirrels, all of them moving, all of them going the same direction, away. A pack of coyotes came through the trees straight at us. Caleb nearly fired before he realized they weren't attacking. They were running. They passed us without stopping, without even registering we were there. Then a group of deer did the same. Then wild hogs. Animals that should have been sleeping. Animals that should have been eating each other. All running together in the same direction. Prey and predator side by side. United by a fear that was bigger than hunger. I have never seen anything like that before or since. The entire forest was evacuating, and we were walking toward what it was evacuating from. We came out of the trees into an open field, a fallow cornfield, flat dirt, no cover. The tracks were there, pressed into the soil. They were shallow, light. Whatever made them didn't weigh much. Caleb said it might be a rabid dog, something small and fast and crazy enough to tear apart a den of deer without eating them. He said we'd corner it, shoot it, cut its throat to be sure. The tracks led to a church on a hill, abandoned. Stone walls, no roof, open to the sky. We could hear it before we saw it. Two sounds layered on top of each other. A high screech and a low growl, happening simultaneously, as if two throats were producing sound from the same mouth. And underneath that, a wet tearing sound. The sound of something feeding. We got within 20 yards. Caleb was in front. I was behind and to the side. The moonlight was bright enough to see clearly, and I wish to God it hadn't been. It was crouched over a carcass inside the church walls. Pale. Not white, not gray, but a color that skin shouldn't be. A color that said this thing had never been in sunlight. It had a human shape. Arms, legs, a torso. But the proportions were wrong. The limbs were too long. The fingers extended into claws. It sat hunched, like an ape, tearing flesh from bone and discarding what it didn't want. The brick behind it was streaked with blood that shone in the moonlight like oil. Caleb hesitated. I understood why. From a distance, in bad light, you could mistake it for a person. A sick person. A starving person. Someone who'd lost their mind. He wasn't going to shoot a person. He cleared his throat. The silence that followed was the most complete silence I have ever experienced. Every sound in the world stopped. Not faded, stopped. As if creation itself held its breath. Then, it turned around. The face. I see the face every night. I have seen it every night for the rest of my life. And I will see it when I die. It was almost human. Almost. Close enough to make you doubt, far enough to make you scream. The eyes were set deep, dark, reflecting the moonlight with a flat animal shine. The mouth was open, and the teeth were long, and there was flesh between them. It screamed, that double sound, the screech and the growl, and it hit Caleb before the echo died. He got a shot off. I don't think it landed, or if it did, the thing didn't care. It was on him instantly. I fired the flintlock point blank into its back. 3 shots. It bled, barely. It didn't stop. It didn't even acknowledge I was there. I watched it take my brother apart. I'm not going to describe what it did. I'll say that it was fast and methodical, and that it started with the soft parts and worked inward, and that the sounds Caleb made stopped long before the thing was finished with him. I'll say that I hit it with the gun butt until the stock cracked, and it never once turned to look at me. I was irrelevant. I was not food. My brother was food, and it was busy. At some point, I don't remember how, Caleb's knife ended up in the thing's shoulder. And at some point, I don't remember this either, what was left of my brother ended up on my back, and I was running. I ran faster than I have ever moved in my life. The thing was behind me. I could hear it, branches cracking, that screech ripping through the dark. I didn't look back. I ran through the woods with my brother's weight across my shoulders, and the sound of something terrible behind me, getting closer, cracking trees like kindling. I broke out of the tree line and fell into a woodpile. I looked up and saw firelight. My landlord and 3 of his friends, drinking brandy around a fire. I screamed at them. I sobbed. I told them to help me. One of them looked at me and said, "What is that on your back?" I didn't understand the question until I saw their faces. Then I understood. What I'd been carrying wasn't my brother anymore. It was his head, most of his torso, and nothing below the waist. I'd been running with half a body, and I hadn't known. I hadn't felt the difference because the terror had eaten every other sensation alive. They pulled me inside. They threw Caleb's remains on the ground. I fought them, screaming, because I thought we could still save him, because accepting that he was dead meant accepting that I'd left him behind. And they barricaded the doors and loaded their muskets and waited. It came. We saw it walk past the fire outside. One of the men said it looked like an ape. Then something came through the window. We almost shot it. It was the landlord's dog, just the body, no head, no legs. We pushed furniture against the doors. We heard it circling the house, testing walls, ripping wood. Then it went quiet. Then glass shattered upstairs. Then the screech, loud, close, inside the house, inside the walls, inside the air we were breathing. We retreated to the kitchen. The door between us and the rest of the house was the only barrier. It pushed from one side. 5 men pushed from the other. It got a hand through the gap. Someone put a musket barrel against its wrist and fired. The hand came off clean, severed at the joint. It fell to the floor, and the fingers were still moving. The thing shrieked. It pushed harder. The door was splintering. Someone yelled to keep our heads down, and 3 men fired through the top of the door, blind, into whatever was on the other side. The pushing stopped. The screeching stopped. We stayed behind that door until sunrise. When the authorities came, they called it a bear. They said the hand, the severed hand with 5 long fingers and claws at the tips, was a bear paw that resembled a human hand. They took it as evidence. The officer who carried it died before he reached town. The hand was never recovered. I spent 2 months with the nuns. I didn't speak for most of it. When I finally did, I told them what I saw, and they told me to pray. I prayed. It didn't help. Caleb was still dead, and the thing that killed him was still in those woods, and every night I could hear it, far away, making that sound, the screech and the growl, layered, coming from the same throat. And the nuns would come to my room and find me sitting up in bed, staring at the wall, shaking. I joined the army at 18. I thought war would replace the memory. Give me something louder, something bigger, something that would overwrite the image of my brother's face being torn from his skull. War didn't do that. War gave me new nightmares, but it didn't take the old ones. The old ones are deeper. They live in a part of the brain that nothing can reach. I'm an old man now. I've had a life. A wife, children, grandchildren. I've worked. I've built things. I've been, by most measures, fine. But I never went back to the woods. Not those woods. Not any woods. I live in a town, on a street, with neighbors on both sides and a church at the end of the road. I keep a loaded rifle by the door. My wife thought it was because of the war. I let her think that. And some nights, fewer now, but still, some nights, I wake up and the house is quiet, and I can hear something outside. Not close, far away, carried on the wind from somewhere deep in the dark, from woods I'll never enter again. That double sound, the screech and the growl, layered, coming from the same throat. The sound of something that killed my brother 60 years ago and is still out there, still hunting, still tearing things apart in the dark for reasons that have nothing to do with hunger and everything to do with something I don't have a name for. The nuns called it a demon. The army called it a bear. The old woman who sold herbs in town called it a Wendigo. And she said it the way you say the name of someone you owe money to. Quietly, with your eyes down, hoping they don't hear you. I don't call it anything. I just know it's real. And it took my brother. And it left me alive for reasons I'll never understand. And some nights, I think that's the worst part. Not that Caleb died, but that I lived. And I've had to carry what I saw every single day since. And there's no one left alive who was there. And when I die, the memory dies with me. And the thing in the woods won't even notice. It'll just keep going. The way it always has. The way it always will. Every night shift starts with a good cup of joe from Fran's Diner. That place is like a second home to me. The lights inside were warm, casting a friendly glow on the checkered floor. And I was the only one there at that hour, as usual. Fran slid a steaming mug across the counter with a knowing smile, and I savored the first sip, dark and rich, feeling the warmth spread through me. It was the kind of coffee that kick-started a night, no matter how quiet it got on those long northern Michigan roads. People don't realize how quiet northern Michigan gets at 2 in the morning. Just the hum of my truck and maybe a rustle in the leaves. I navigated my Dodge Ram tow truck down the empty lanes, where the night seemed to swallow everything beyond the headlights. The gravel crunches different under the tires when it's cold, like it's sharper or something. It's hard to explain. The air had that crisp bite, the kind that whispers of a storm lurking on the horizon. As I turned onto an old, abandoned farm road, I spotted what seemed to be an overgrown deer tangled up by the fence. I slowed to a crawl, peering through the windshield, but the headlights didn't quite reveal everything. The forest around here is thick, and during autumn, the colors just explode. But it makes the roads a mess with all the fallen branches. Maybe it was just shadows playing tricks under the moonlight. I rubbed my eyes and carried on, the radio murmuring one of those same old songs I couldn't stand. But it did the job of keeping me awake. The back of my neck prickled, like the sensation when a cold draft sneaks under your collar. The haunting sound sliced through the night, unlike any animal I knew, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. I pulled the truck to a stop, the engine idling low, and listened. Some nights you can see the Milky Way real clear, which makes the long hauls kind of peaceful. But this was not one of those nights. Cutting the engine, I stepped out, flashlight in hand, and approached the shape near the fence. The woods were eerily silent, like they were holding their breath. The beam of light caught the eyes of the creature, and they reflected back at me, unsettlingly intelligent. My breathing was ragged, each inhale labored and uneven. Around here, you get used to folks being mostly good. But there are moments that make you question all your certainties. I backed away, heart pounding like a hammer against my ribs, until I reached the truck. My fingers fumbled the radio dial, desperate to call for backup. But the radio hissed with static, spitting in and out as if mocking my efforts. The engine, faithful until now, sputtered and died, leaving me stranded there, a lone figure in the oppressive darkness. In the rearview mirror, a silhouette shifted against the moonlit road. I sat frozen, gripping the steering wheel like a lifeline, as the autumn wind carried leaves across the road.